Alright, I figure since we're starting in the beginning, we should go ahead and start in the beginning here. So, just to prove it, as you can see, plastic still on the covers here. So I haven't actually opened this. Because they're technically the ones hosting the actual service. To go ahead hang on. We're going to switch songs here since we're starting at the beginning. There we go. That needs to be a little louder. Alright, let's do this. If I could actually open this damn thing. Good morning, Azura. Hello, Mind Blast. Hello, Little Billy. Hello, Night Forager. Hello, Takoida. Hello, Little... Oh, I already said hello to you. Hello, Zawan. Octavian. Night Forager, who doesn't care. Salty Panda. Silver, if you're still there. Yeah, come on. Oh, right then. Up on the wrong side, that's fine. No? There it is. So, welcome to Arshangaya tries to open a damn thing. Hi, Lisk. Oh, screw it. So I actually always keep a knife by my desk. I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, he keeps a knife. It's just a kitchen knife. I actually use this specifically for opening things. No joke. It's for opening, like, boxes and stuff, you know, when you get packages. There we go. Maybe with that. So I'm very curious. Oh, right. Shoot, I forgot to set that up. See, I actually I didn't get home until, like, about 1. Or, no, I guess it was actually about midnight. And I just woke up about 30 minutes ago, so I haven't really had a lot of time to set this up properly. But it's okay, because I can do this relatively quickly. Give me just a moment, guys. So I know where the image file is. There's that. Okay. And that. So you might be like, well, what's this? This is the how many times Arsh was wrong about the lore counter. So this is going to determine how many times I have been proven wrong about something. With my theories and whatnot. So, as you can see, big old box, big old cover of Medivh on the front here. Yeah, the Mortals counter is elsewhere. So the first page, first thing I see is a massive, nice map of old Azeroth here. Oh man, just a second. Turn that down a little bit. No thank you, Narlex. I will be keeping track in my own particular idiom, like I always do. Alright. I will say Peter Lee is an awesome illustrator, so I'm looking forward to that, if nothing else. First, we have something from Chris Metzen. I know, you all hate Chris Metzen, but I don't care, because I don't. It's been amazing to watch the Warcraft universe grow and take shape over the past 20 years or so. What started off as a relatively simple game setting has become a lasting, vibrant world in its own right, one that is visited daily by millions of players from around the globe. The world of Azeroth has been shaped by hundreds of craftsmen, designers, artists, and writers since its earliest inception. It's the product of many talented hands and many passionate voices, all bent towards creating a world rich in detail, theme, and characterization that, well, you'd want to pull on your +6 boots of butt kicking and give your all to defend it. At the core of it lies a real sense of history. The overarching story of Warcraft is a vast, intertwining patchwork of myths, legends, and world-shaking events that are ultimately contextualized the players' heroic efforts in the ever-expanding world they share. 20 years of storytelling, tens of thousands of moments, characters, races, monsters, all forming a dense strata of concepts and ideas over time. This book, this chronicle, is meant to bring it all together and reinforce the overarching narrative that lies at Warcraft's heart. Writing this was an opportunity to unite the frayed story and smooth out the rough edges of the fictional history. And ultimately, this grand and super nerdy editorial undertaking gives us amazing perspective on Warcraft's recurring themes and conflicts. How societies clash before seeing commonality in each other. How earnest, well-intentioned heroes succumb to the temptations of power, corruption. how failing to take responsibility for mistakes can lead to calamity in the present. These are just a few of the motifs that form a common thread at Azeroth's great history, expressed across disparate cultures, factions, individuals over a mythic span of time, cycles within cycles. Fortunately, this isn't Star Wars or Mass Effect, though. It's from a top-down perspective we see more clearly the dangerous horizons ahead, and yet, even in the face of all this history, I'm pretty sure the adventure is just beginning. Also, there's a foreword by Christy Golden and Richard Knock, which I will not be reading. I'd say it's a couple pounds, something like that. Not too heavy. It is hardback, if you can't tell. And hey, stars. Okay. So the first and most important thing we learn is the cosmology of the universe. Now, I've actually already shown kind of this image right here. Unfortunately, there's not a huge amount of things I can do to show you the actual pictures. But one thing I could do really quick here is make myself huge for the purpose of doing things like this. Again, there's not really going to be a good way to show you all of the pictures. This is the cosmology. Now, I can actually demonstrate what this is because I've already seen this image. Up here is the light. Down here is the void. Over here is the wild natural. Over here is the death and undead. Up here is fell. And down here is arcane. So we see how these 6 points all oppose each other and interact with each other. And we see a few things in the middle. For example, Loa are up here by the natural thing. The Burning Legion is, of course, over there. The Shadowlands is kind of in between these two. And we see a few of the other little in-betweens. For example, Spirit is actually in between the light and wild. Water is in between arcane and wild, etc., etc. So, this is the new cosmology. Like I said, I've already seen this. This is a picture that was released some time ago. The Cosmic Forces, Chapter 1. Light and shadow are the most fundamental forces in existence. Although contradictory by their very nature, they are bound together on a cosmic scale. One cannot exist without the other. Pure light and shadow dwell in realms that outside the borders of reality, but shades of their presence are found in the physical universe. Light manifests as holy, shadow manifests as void. Hey, Tuttle. The forces in life and death hold sway over every living thing in the physical universe. The energies of life, commonly known as natural magic, promote living, growth, and renewal. The forces of death, in the form of necromantic magic, acts as a counterbalance. It is an unavoidable force that breeds despair in mortal hearts and pushes everything towards a state of entropic decay and eventual oblivion. Hang on. I actually have a different song I should be playing for this section. Give me just a moment. There it is. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Order and disorder. Forces of order and disorder, that would be arcane and fell, by the way, govern the cosmic systems of the physical universe. Order is the most commonly perceived in reality as arcane. The types of energy is innately volatile, and wielding it requires intense precision and concentration. Conversely, disorder is manifested as highly destructive fell magic. This brutal and extremely addictive energy is fueled by drawing life from living beings. Yes, I know, Tuttle, the plugin's broken. There's literally nothing I can do about it. So we're just going to let that be. Unholy would probably be death, if I were to guess on the matter. That is just a guess, though. It doesn't mention holy specifically. The elements of fire, earth, water, and heart serve as the basic building blocks of all matter in the physical universe. Shamanistic cultures have long sought to live in harmony with, or assert dominion over the elements. To do so, they call upon the primordial forces of spirit and decay. Those who seek to bring balance to the elements rely on spirit, sometimes referred to as the fifth element by shamans or chi by monks. This life-giving force interconnects and binds all things in the universe as one. Decay is the tool of a shaman seeking to subjugate and weaponize the elements themselves. Dark shamans. Elemental duality. Many shamanistic cultures have discovered that the elements can influence a variety of emotional states. For this reason, mortals often associate the elements with different feelings, both positive and negative. No, it wasn't there, Stukov. Fire tends to be associated with passion and fury. Air with cunning and madness. Earth with stability and stubbornness. Water with tranquility and indecisiveness. Spirit with bravery and naivete. and decay with efficiency and ruthlessness. Aha! Okay, I'm probably gonna have my first being proven wrong right here. The realms of existence. So, quick thing. They have referred to things like the Great Dark Beyond, the Void Beyond, and the Twisting Nether, and those terms have actually been used in conjunction with each other a lot in existing Warcraft lore, to the point where in some cases we weren't even sure which was which, or if they were all referring to the same thing or whatever. Here we actually have the Great Dark Beyond and the Twisting Nether mentioned specifically as two separate things. I just mentioned this because this is something that lorehounds have been wondering about for a while now. The Great Dark Beyond represents the physical universe, called it. It is an infinite realm consuming innumerable stars, worlds, and civilizations. Azeroth, the world of Warcraft, is merely one of countless worlds drifting through the vast reaches of the Great Dark Beyond. So I was right about that. The Great Dark Beyond is space. The Twisting Nether is an astral dimension that lies parallel to the Great Dark Beyond. The forces of light and void bleed together at the boundaries of the Twisting Nether, engulfing this realm in perpetual strife. At times, the volatile magics that pervade the Twisting Nether intrude upon the physical universe, warping reality beyond measure. The Emerald Dream. Oh! So... The Emerald Dream also has a few inconsistencies in its past. I've mentioned it to you as it's been presented to me. We'll see how this turns out to be true here. The Emerald Dream is an ethereal realm of spirits and untamed nature that exists alongside the world of Azeroth. Incredible beings, once known as the Keepers, forged the Emerald Dream to act as a map for the evolutionary path of Azeroth, flora, and fauna. Two realms are bound as one. As life ebbs and flows across the physical world, the spiritual energies that saturate the Emerald Dream keep pace with it. Although tied to the physical world, the Emerald Dream is a place where most mortal minds would find alien and surreal. But some of those minds, by channeling druidic magic, can enter a state of dreaming and consciously navigate the dream. Their thoughts can also shape and influence portions of this verdant spirit realm, but the imprint that these dreamers leave behind is never permanent. In the dreamways, time and distance are mutable. Spirit flows like living winds through lush tracts of constantly shifting primordial woodlands. What appears tangible one moment becomes intangible the next. Seemingly impermeable land breaks transforming in the blink of an eye. No wonder! It was 10,000 years. They thought it was just a quick nap. It all makes sense now. See you around, Darker. The Shadowlands. We've actually seen this a few times, but I don't think it's ever been given a name. Shadowlands is like when we enter the invisible realm, or when we're looking at those spirits that are hunting Koltira in Dragonblight, that kind of thing. Like the Emerald Dream, the Shadowlands are tangentially linked to the world of Azeroth, yet whereas the Emerald Dream represents life, the Shadowlands represent death. They are a nightmarish realm of decay, labyrinthine, spiritual planes teeming with the souls of the dead who have passed from the world of the living. The origins of the Shadowlands remain uncertain, but they have existed since mortal life first rose. Many believe that mortal souls are drawn to this dark place at the point of death, where they remain forever. Still others hope their souls will go into a brighter place rather than languish for eternity in the cold confines of the Shadowlands. I wonder if Arthas is there right now. Oh, were they? I must have missed that, Narlix. The Void Lords. Denizens of the cosmos. The Void Lords are monstrous entities comprised of pure shadow energy. That void energy. These beings are cruel and merciless beyond mortal comprehension. Driven by insatiable hunger, the Void Lords seek to devour all matter and energy in the physical universe. In their natural estate, they exist outside reality. Only the most powerful of these can manifest, and only for limited amounts of time. To maintain their presence, the Void Lords must consume untold amounts of matter and energy. The Naru. This is from Skyrim, and you'd be surprised how much work went into getting this and making it work. The Naru are benevolent creatures I don't know why I went into accent, of living holy energy. They are perhaps the purest expression of light that exists in the great dark beyond. The Naru have vowed to bring peace and hope to all mortal civilizations. Take a drink, mortal. And waylay the dark forces of the void that seek to engulf creation. Then there's the Titans. That's the I was wrong counter, King Bubble. The Titans are colossal, godlike beings composed of the primordial matter from which the universe was born. They roam the cosmos like walking worlds, imbued with the raw power of creation itself. The Titans use this incredible force to find and awaken others of their kind who still slumber within the far corners of the Great Dark. That might be a retcon. We'll see in a moment. The Burning Legion is the single most destructive force within the Great Dark Beyond. The fallen Titan Sargeras created this vast demonic army to scour all of creation. The Burning Legion moves from world to world, decimating everything in its path with devastating fell magic. No one knows exactly how many worlds and civilizations the demons have annihilated in their unholy burning crusade. The demons that fill the ranks of the Burning Legion are highly resilient. Their spirits are tethered to the Twisting Nether, making them extraordinarily difficult to destroy permanently. Even if a demon dies in the physical universe, its spirit will return to the Twisting Nether and manifest its form again. To truly destroy a demon's spirit, the spirit must be killed within the Twisting Nether itself. So, thank God Archimond is actually dead, am I right? Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Wait, what? Yes. The Old Gods. They are physical manifestations of the void. They are nightmares incarnate, mountains of blighted flesh and writhing tentacles that grow like cancers within the worlds of the Great Dark. These malignant entities serve the Void Lords, and they live only to transform the worlds they infest into places of despair and death. The Old Gods serve the Void Lords. Interesting. The Wild Gods, Loa, are primal manifestations of life and nature. They are creatures of two realms. The Wild Gods inhabit the physical world, but their spirits are bound to the Emerald Dream. Many Wild Gods appear in the form of gargantuan animals: wolves, bears, tigers, birds, etc. Elemental spirits. The elemental spirits are primitive and chaotic beings of fire, earth, air, or water. They are some of the first sentient beings to inhabit the nascent worlds of the waking universe. The elemental spirits appear in almost infinite variety of shapes and sizes. Each of these creatures has distinct personality and temperament, traits that are heavily influenced by a spirit's elemental nature. The presence of the fifth element, spirit, also affects the dispensation of these elemental beings. A world with an overabundance of spirit may give rise to native elementals who are passive and lack physicality. Conversely, a world with too little spirit may birth elementals who are highly and incredibly destructive. Then there's the undead. They are former mortals, take a drink, who have died and become trapped between life and death. These tragic beings derive power from the necromantic energies that pervade the universe. Most undead are driven by vengeance and hatred to destroy the one thing they can never have again: life. Mythos. This is a cool picture I'd just like to share really quick. It's basically a nebula with faces of the Titans kind of in it. I know it's hard to see, but you can kind of see it there. Actually, yes, it would, Takoida. That was specifically... yes. Chapter 1. Before life began, before even the cosmos took shape, there was light and there was void. Unfettered by the confines of time and space, the light swelled across all existence in the form of a boundless prismatic sea. Great torrents of living energy flitted through its mirrored depths, their movements conjuring a symphony of joy and hope. The ocean of life was dynamic and ever-shifting. And checking which song's going to play next. Yeah, that's an acceptable song. Let's reboot the plugin really quick, just see if that's going to fix it. Cross fingers. The ocean of life was dynamic and ever-shifting. As it expanded, some of its energies faded and dimmed, leaving behind cold pockets of nothingness. From the absence of light in these places, a new power coalesced and came to be. The power was the power of the void, a dark and vampiric force driven to devour all energy, to twist creation inward to feed upon itself. The void quickly grew and spread its influence, moving against the flowing waves of light. The mounting tension between these two opposing yet inseparable energies eventually ignited a series of catastrophic explosions, rupturing the fabric of creation and birthing a new realm into existence, the physical realm. The energy clashed by the light and void raged across the nascent cosmos, matter and merging and spinning into primordial worlds without number. For long epochs, this ever-expanding universe, the great dark beyond, broiled in a maelstrom of fire and magic. The most unstable energies coalesced into an astral dimension known as the Twisting Nether. Light and void collided and bled together at the edges of this realm, throwing it into turmoil. Although tangentially linked to the Great Dark Beyond. The Twisting Nether existed outside the borders of the physical universe. Even so, the Twisting Nether's volatile energies would occasionally tear through the veil of the Great Dark, flooding into reality and warping creation. The cataclysmic birth of the cosmos also flung shards of light throughout reality. These shards would suffuse the matter of myriad worlds with the spark of life, giving rise to creatures of wonderful and terrible diversity. The most common forms of life to appear were the elemental spirits, primordial beings of fire, earth, air, water. These creatures were native to nearly every physical world. Many of them reveled in turmoil that held sway over ages of creation. First point I want to point out here. This pretty much 100% confirms that there are an elemental, lords and elemental spirits and whatnot for each individual world, as opposed to there being the one that governs everything. There's been some debate about that for some time, and I just thought I'd point that out because, yeah, we've been trying to figure that one out for a bit now. Hang on just a second, pardon me. There we go. Still not working. Whatever. This is Word of God. This is how things actually happened. For those of you not familiar with the term, the idea here is sometimes, for example, if this was written by Medivh, then we would not be taking this as canon. We would be taking this as what he is saying, legend, if you will. But this is Word of God, which in other words means this is the author saying this is what actually happened. Usually done from a completely third-person perspective in order to determine this is what actually is part of the universe. The distinction between what someone in character says and what the author says is a huge distinction, especially given how many authors, myself included, like to use deliberate misinformation because of time or lack of knowledge or mysteries lost to the ages, that kind of a thing that happen in a setting. So this is what actually happened. Occasionally, clouds of fragmented and fractured light gave shape to beings of far greater power, far greater potential. Among these were the Naru, benevolent creatures composed of scintillating, holy energies. When they gaze out across the immeasurable universe, they saw a realm of limitless possibilities. The Naru vowed to use their mastery over holy magic to spread hope and nurture life wherever they could find it. So, what we're hearing here, by the way, is that the first beings to ever exist, were the elemental spirits, followed very closely by the Naru. So for anybody who was asking me how old the Naru were when we were going through BC, there's your answer. Even more extraordinary than the Naru were the Titans, third being now. Their spirits, known as world souls, formed deep within the fiery core of a small number of worlds. For ages, these nascent titans slumbered, their energies suffusing the celestial bodies they inhabited. When the titans finally awoke, they did so as living worlds. Cosmic winds howled across their gigantic forms, bodies shrouded in a cloak of stardust, skin crisscrossed with silvery mountain peaks, and oceans shimmering with latent magic. With eyes that shone like brilliant stars, they observed the fledgling cosmos and became enraptured by its mysteries. Whereas the Naru set out to safeguard life, the Titans embarked on a different journey. They wandered the distant corners of the Great Dark, searching for others of their kind. This grand, far-reaching journey would one day alter the course of creation and shape the destiny of all living things. No one knows when or why the first Titan awoke, but legends hold that his name was Aman'Thul. Though Aman'Thul was alone, he knew in his heart that others of his kind must exist. Thus he explored the worlds of the Great Dark Beyond, intent on finding more Titans. His quest was arduous and lonely, but ultimately fulfilling. In time he discovered other nascent world souls. Aman'Thul lovingly nurtured these newfound kin and roused them from their slumber. Those who awakened devoted themselves to his noble search. Aman'Thul and his siblings later became known as the Pantheon. They were benevolent by nature, creatures aligned with order, stability. The Pantheon possessed a natural affinity to the latent magic in the universe. Fully aware of their incredible power, they bound themselves with a code of temperance towards the civilizations they encountered, even those of the unruly elemental spirits. The Titans came to realize that order was crucial to finding others of their kind. On each world they encountered, they employed techniques to ascertain whether a world soul was present. The Pantheon would first pacify the world's raging elemental populations. Then they would reshape the world, forming mountains, seas, skies. Lastly, the Titans would seed myriad life forms across the newly ordered world. In doing so, the Pantheon hoped to cull the world's soul and help to bring it into maturity. Most of the time, however, the worlds visited by the Titans proved inert. The Pantheon vowed to maintain and protect all of these worlds, even those that did not contain a slumbering spirit. To do so, they empowered primitive life forms to uphold the integrity of the ordered worlds. The Pantheon also embedded colossal machines into the surface of the worlds. Hang on, we just lost connection. What the hell? What the hell? What the crap, Twitch? Yeah. Our connection to Twitch just destroyed itself. Damn it, really? Really? Now? All times. I need a bookmark. Sorry, viewers on YouTube. We just lost connection to the live stream. What the hell are you doing, Twitch? God damn it. Enjoy the music while I try and figure out what the hell's going on here. I think we're going to shrink ourselves too. I don't think we need to be super huge right now. It's not that unusual. There's 100,000 viewers on LOL, which is kind of low right now. Doesn't appear to be on my end. So I have no idea. I'm streaming at super low quality, too, because I'm just reading the book. So I have no idea why Twitch just decided to drop me. Whatever, I suppose. Getting back to it. So, to continue where I left off, the Pantheon also embedded colossal machines in the surface of the worlds that they shaped. Through these devices, the Titans could monitor the worlds and purge them of life should their evolutionary paths succumb to disorder. Cute. I called it, I just feel like saying. To the aid of the Pantheon, Aman'Thul called upon a mysterious race known as the Constellar. Oh, hello. These celestial beings observed the many worlds ordered by the Titans, staying vigilant for any signs of instability. Some of them were called Algalon. No, I made that part up, but I'm telling you, that's definitely Algalon. When it was necessary, the Constellar could initiate a fail-safe procedure to scour life from a world in hopes of resetting its evolutionary process. Over the ages, the Pantheon discovered fewer and fewer world souls, yet they remained undaunted. They knew the universe was vast beyond measure, and even after epochs of exploring the stars, they had only plumbed a small corner of creation. Unbeknownst to them, malign forces were also hard at work in the distant reaches of the Great Dark. And then there's a list of the major Titans. Aman'Thul, Highfather; Sargeras, Defender; Agramar, Lieutenant; Eonar, the Lifebinder; Khazgaroth, Shaper and Forger of Worlds; Norganon, Keeper of Celestial Magics and Lore; and Golganeth, Lord of Skies and Roaring Oceans. The Void Lords, and the birth of the Old Gods. Dun, 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 dun. Hang on, where's a better song for this? There we go. I'll go to this song in this section. From the moment the cosmos came to be, dark spirits within the void sought to twist reality into a realm of eternal torment. These entities were known as the Void Lords, and they had long watched the Pantheon in their journey from world to world. Envious of their power, the Void Lords sought to corrupt one of the world-shaping titans into an instrument of their will. Oh God. To achieve this goal, the Void Lords struggled to manifest in the physical universe. As they did so, their energies seeped into reality, warping some of the unsuspecting denizens of creation. Yet the noble and virtuous titans proved impervious to this insidious corruption. Eventually, the Void Lords moved to influence a titan in its most vulnerable state before it had ever awakened. The Void Lords did not know which worlds contained slumbering titan spirits. Thus they pooled their power and hurled dark creatures throughout the physical universe, hoping some would smash into a world soul. An unknown number of the Void Lords' creations hurtled through the great dark. They contaminated mortal worlds and everything else they touched in their blind search for a nascent titan. In time, these wicked beings would become to be known as Old Gods. Although the Titans were aware that void energies existed in the universe, they had no knowledge of the Void Lords or the Old Gods. The Pantheon's attention was consumed by another more immediate threat: demons. These ferocious creatures had been born from the twisting nether. Held in the thrall of unbridled hate and malice, they hungered for nothing less than the destruction of all life in the universe. I'm going to go ahead and add one to the counter really quick here. You might be like, well, what are you wrong about, Arsh? I'm basically wrong about the Void Lords. The fact that the Void Lords are a step up from the Old Gods and are the origination of the Old Gods and all of their particular plans. I assumed it was the other way around. Just as in the great dark beyond, life had also arisen within the twisting nether. The creatures that emerged from this turbulent realm were known as demons. They had been formed as a result of light and void energies that bled together at the borders of the twisting nether. The demons embraced furious passions and reveled in pushing the boundaries of their power, heedless of consequence. As many of these aberrations indulged in the highly volatile energy that pervaded the nether. Some learned to wield the all-consuming powers of fell magic. Before long, these bloodthirsty demons clawed their way into the physical universe, terrorizing mortal civilizations and bringing ruin to world after world. Demons came in many forms, so everything we're about to list here is a natural demon. Some would be the two-headed void hounds, like the one in western Diremaul, roamed the trackless waste of the nether like ravenous beasts. Others, like monstrous abyssals and infernals, were mindless amalgamations of matter and fell energy created by more powerful and intelligent demons. Okay, so that's not new. Among these greater demons were the Nethrezim, otherwise known as Dreadlords. Cunning, manipulative, they dedicated their existence to mastering the arts of shadow magic. The Nethrezim relished infiltrating mortal civilizations, sowing unrest, and turning nation against nation. As these societies devolved and crumbled from within, the Nethrezim would corrupt the population, twisting innocence into new and horrific breeds of demons. Artificial demons. The mighty Annihilin, oh-ho-ho! Or Pit Lords, took a more direct approach to conquering worlds. These monstrous butchers existed only to brutalize and torture the mortals who crossed their path. The Pit Lords often enslaved lesser demons, using them as fodder to besiege the civilizations of the Great Dark Beyond. Well then, I will add another one to the list. Since they were never confirmed as natural demons, I've been assuming for a long time that Annihilin are artificial demons. The Pantheon, those are the, like Magtheridon, for example. The Pantheon soon learned of the demonic incursions that flared in the far corners of creation. Fearing these demons would disrupt the Pantheon's quest to find and awaken other world souls, the Titans dispatched their mightiest warrior, the noble Sargeras. Without hesitation, the great-hearted Titan set out and pledged he would not rest until he had cleansed all the universe of demonic influence. Now, if you are aware, there has already been a retcon in history about why Sargeras became corrupted. The original story was that Archimonde and Kil'jaeden and the Eridar had corrupted him to becoming evil. The later story was that he was corrupted by his own interactions with the demons, and he basically believed the Titans were wrong, and then he corrupted the Eridar into becoming what they were. Let's see what the truth is, shall we? But first, I need to relax a bit. My back's already giving me issues. Even amongst the extraordinary members of the Pantheon, Sargeras displayed unmatched courage and strength. These traits would suit him well for the harrowing task of hunting demons. Girded by his unshakable conviction, he launched himself into the Great Dark. Sargeras was soon drawn to worlds inundated with erratic and volatile energies. In these places, the influence of the Twisting Nether had spilled into the physical universe, allowing vast amounts of demons to manifest. For ages, Sargeras lost my place, traveled to the beleaguered worlds, fighting to spare their mortal inhabitants from invading demons. He saw his foes reduce entire civilizations to smoldering husks, warping their denizens into hateful and depraved aberrations. Witnessing this staggering loss and ruin filled Sargeras with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Before embarking on his mission, he had never imagined such evil could exist within the universe. Nevertheless, the unruly demons were disorganized and incompetent. Sargeras easily defeated his foes, victory after victory. However, as his battles dragged on, he became aware that the demons had learned to wield powerful void energies. Through investigating these dark powers and where they had originated, Sargeras discovered that malign intelligences were spreading corruption throughout the cosmos. These intelligences were the Void Lords. They're really pushing up the Void Lords in this book, aren't they? They were far, far more powerful than demons. The presence of the Void Lords left Sargeras deeply troubled. He pondered what the powers of the Void were planning, and what their existence could mean for the universe. I think I already know where this is going. Yeah, we'll leave it on this song. This is a good song for this. Despite his unsettling discovery, Sargeras continued to wage war on the demons. The work of the Pantheon continued without hindrance. They searched for nascent titans, ordering new worlds in the process. Sargeras often looked upon these budding worlds. Seeing life bloom, free from demonic influence, gave him a sense of satisfaction. His love for life galvanized his plan to confront the Void Lords and undo their sinister plans for creation, whatever those plans might be. In time, the demons redoubled their efforts, engulfing even more worlds in death and devastation. To Sargeras' dismay, he realized he had fought many of these demons before. After he had defeated them in the physical universe, their spirits had simply returned to the Twisting Nether, reborn in new bodies. Even Sargeras has the problem we had, guys. The only way to kill the demons permanently was to slay them in the Nether, or in areas of the Great Dark saturated with the volatile realm's energies. So there's what I was talking about earlier, Takoida. Sargeras, however, was yet unaware of this fact. He knew only that his current tactics were ineffective. It was not enough to destroy his foes. He needed a means to contain them. Concerned about this development and the continued influx of demonic activity, the Pantheon sent another Titan to aid their champion. His name was Agramar, the Lieutenant. And though he was inexperienced in battle, he proved a quick study. He earned Sargeras' admiration and became the Titan warrior's trusted lieutenant. For many millennia, they fought shoulder to shoulder, an impenetrable bulwark against the ravaging demonic onslaught. With Agramar able to hold his own in battle, Sargeras had time to closely study the properties of the Twisting Nether and find a way to contain the demons. Though he hadn't yet grasped the volatile realm's full scale, he had learned how to manipulate and shape its energies. Sargeras used this knowledge to forge a prison within the Nether known as Mardoom. The plane of banishment. It would act as an impregnable pocket dimension from which nothing could escape. No longer would demons be reborn after defeat. Now they would be contained within this prison where they would languish for all eternity. As Agramar and Sargeras continued their campaign, the prison overflowed with captive demons and their destructive fell energies. Soon these energies became so great they began tearing at the veil between the Nether and the physical universe. The prison appeared in the distant reaches of the Great Dark as a burning, verdant star. Sargeras's and Agamar's valiant efforts soon brought peace to the cosmos. Demonic incursions would remain a constant threat, but they became increasingly rare. The Titan's world prospered, and life, in all its complexity, flourished. As the Pantheon searched for slumbering world souls, Sargeras and Agramar continued their hunt for errant demons. The two champions agreed they could protect more worlds if they worked apart, only calling on each other for aid in times of need. Thus they went their separate ways. It was during this epoch that Sargeras discovered the full horror, oh my god, there's a picture on the next page, of the Void Lord's plans. He was drawn to a remote corner of the Great Dark, where cold void energies radiated out from a black, desiccated world. There Sargeras found enormous beings he had never seen, festering across the world's surface. These were the old gods, and they had embedded themselves in the world and shrouded it in a veil of void energies. With growing horror, Sargeras realized this was not just any world. He heard the world soul dreaming within its core, but these were not the joyous dreams Sargeras recognized from other world souls. They were dark, horrific nightmares. The old god's tendrils had burrowed deep, enveloping the slumbering titan's spirit in shadow. A conclave of Nethrezim had also discovered this black world. They came to dwell among the old gods, basking in their dark power. Sensing their evil, Sargeras captured and ruthlessly interrogated the Nethrezim. The broken demons revealed what they had learned about the old gods and the intentions of the Void Lords. If the powers of the Void succeeded in corrupting a nascent titan, it would awaken an unspeakably dark creature. No power in creation, not even the Pantheon, could stand against it. In time, the warped titan would consume all matter and all energy in the universe, bringing every mode of existence under the Void Lord's will. Sargeras, the undefeated champion of the Titans, knew fear for the first time. It dawned on him, just as the Pantheon had been searching for world souls, so too had the Void Lords. Sargeras had never dreamed the void energies could so utterly consume a slumbering titan. And yet proof was right before his eyes. Rage, anguish burned through Sargeras' soul. He smote the Nethrezim with a single blow, his fury so great he utterly obliterated their forms. He turned his attention to the black world itself. His heart ached with sorrow, for he knew there was only one way to stop the dark titan from rising. With a heave of his blade, Sargeras split the world in two. The resultant explosion consumed the old gods and their energies, but it killed the nascent titan as well. And you can see that devastation there with the planet in the upper right. Sargeras immediately returned to the rest of the Pantheon and summoned Agramar to his side. Before the gathered Titans, Sargeras recounted his discoveries. The Pantheon members were stunned by what they learned. Oh no. Yeah. But even more so by Sargeras' rash actions. They chastised him for so needlessly killing one of their own kin. Had he called on their aid, they argued, they could have purged the world soul of corruption. Although Sargeras tried to convince them he had done what was necessary, he came to realize it was futile. The other Titans had not seen what he had seen. They would never understand why he had taken such drastic measures. Apart from Agramar, the other Titans had no first-hand knowledge of the Void or of demons. They could not fathom the depths of malice or power. Heated arguments flared between the Sargeras and the rest of the Pantheon concerning how best to deal with the threat posed by the Void Lords. Above all, Sargeras feared that if the old gods had corrupted one world soul, they might have corrupted many others as well. It might be too late to stop them. Sargeras expressed his growing fear that existence itself was already flawed, an idea that he had come to terms with following his encounter with the old gods. Only by burning away the creation, all of creation, could the Titans stand a chance of thwarting the Void Lord's ultimate goal. Inside Sargeras' mind, even a lifeless universe was better than one dominated by the Void. Life had taken root in the cosmos once before, Perhaps after the physical universe was scoured of corruption, life could take root once again. This idea horrified the rest of the Pantheon. Aenar, the Lifebinder, reminded Sargeras that the Titans had sworn to protect living things whenever possible. Nothing could be so dire as to warrant systemic extinction. Even Agramar stood against his mentor, arguing there must be another way to defeat the Void Lords. He urged Sargeras to abandon his dark plans and reason out another solution. Overcome with despair and feelings of betrayal, Sargeras stormed away from the other Titans. He knew full well his kin would never see reason, and if they would not help him expel the Void Lord's corruption, he would do it himself. And this was the last time the Titans of the Pantheon would see him as one of their own. Chapter 2. Primordial Azeroth. You've all seen this picture. This is the picture of the Black Empire. I know you've all seen this one. This one's been all over the place. Looks kind of horrifying, actually. Let's see if the chat plugin's working yet. Work! Work, work, work. Work. Nope, not working still. Ah! For many long ages, the Pantheon continued searching the cosmos for nascent titans, bringing order to countless worlds in the process. Yet despite their efforts, they did not find any more of their kin. At times, the titans of the Pantheon wondered if their search was vain, but they always resolved to press on. They knew in their hearts that more world souls existed, and this hope filled them with purpose. Although the Pantheon did not know it, their intuition was correct. A miraculous new world was taking shape in an isolated corner of the Great Dark. Deep within this world's core, the spirit of a mighty and noble titan stirred to life. A world one day known as Azeroth. As the nascent titan developed, elemental spirits raged across the world's surface. Over ages, these beings became erratic and destructive. The burgeoning world soul was so vast, it had drawn in and consumed much of the fifth element, spirit. Without this primordial force to create balance, Azeroth's elemental spirits descended into chaos. Fire, earth, air, and water were the forces that lorded over the infant world. They reveled in unending strife, keeping the face of Azeroth in constant elemental flux. 4 lords, powerful beyond mortal comprehension, reigned supreme over the innumerable lesser spirits. Of the lords, none could match the ruthless cunning of Al-Akir, the Wind Lord. He often sent his elusive Tempest minions to spy on his enemies and sow distrust amongst their ranks. Using feints and ruses, he would pit the other elementals against each other, only later to unleash the full fury of his servants on his weakened foes. The winds would howl and the skies would darken at the storms of his approach. As lightning blasted the world's surface, Al-Akir's whirlwind elementals came screaming from the heavens, enveloping his foes in monstrous cyclones. No, Tequila. Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, despised Al-Akir's cowardly ways. Compulsive and brash, the Fire Lord embraced brute force to annihilate his enemies. Wherever he went, volcanoes would burst through the world's crust, spewing forth rivers of fire and destruction. Ragnaros longed for nothing more than to boil the seas, reduce the mountains to slag, and choke the skies with ember and ash. The other elemental lords fostered deep hatred of Ragnaros for his brazen and devastating assaults. Therazane, the Stone Mother... no, Hylisk. Deep within the Great Dark. Lost my place. Therazane, the Stone Mother, was the most reclusive elemental ruler. Ever protective of her children, she raised towering mountain ranges to ward off her enemies' assaults. Only after they had worn themselves thin against her impenetrable fortifications would the Stone Mother emerge, wrenching open giant chasms in the earth and swallowing entire elemental armies whole. Those who survived would meet oblivion at the fist of Therazane's most powerful servants, walking mountains of unforgiving crystal and stone. The wise Neptulon, the Tide Hunter, was careful not to fall for Al-Akir's schemes, or to commit his minions to fruitless attacks against Therazane's citadels. As the armies of earth, air, and fire clashed against the face of Azeroth, the Tidehunter and his elementals would divide and conquer their rivals in brilliant routes. When his foes fled, Neptulon would crush them between tidal waves that dwarfed even Therazane's highest mountain holdings. The apocalyptic battles between the lords raged for untold thousands of years in the mountains. Dominion over Azeroth constantly shifting between the factions, each one striving to remake the world in their own image. Yet for the elementals, victory was secondary to the conflict. To them, the world's calamitous state was sublime, and their only desire was to continue the endless cycle of chaos. The elemental lords reveled amid the primordial bedlam until a group of old gods plummeted down from the great dark. They slammed into Azeroth's surface, embedding themselves in different locations across the world. You know, I just realized I have to add another I was wrong counter. You may remember a gentleman named Harbinger Skyrus. Wait, was I up to 4 or am I up to 3? I'm up to 3, my bad. Harbinger Skyrus, or whatever his name is the last boss of Arcatraz. When you fight him, he makes a point of saying, "We are innumerable and beyond all the stars, and we are incredibly amazing and awesome." I have always assumed that that was just him tooting his own horn, because that's pretty much what the old gods do in general. They're like, we're super amazing, and none will ever be able to stand against us because we're just that super amazing. Apparently he was actually right. Based on what you've just learned about him and the old gods and the void lords and all that, apparently there actually are innumerable and beyond and all that one fun, horrible thing. So, another I am wrong. So, the old gods slammed into Azeroth's surface, embedding themselves in different locations across the world. These old gods towered over the land, mountains of flesh, pockmarked with hundreds of gnashing maws and giant, unfeeling black eyes. A miasma of despair soon enveloped everything that lay in their writhing shadows. Like gargantuan, cancerous pustules, the old gods spread their corruptive influence across the landscape. The lands around them seethed and withered, turning black and lifeless for leagues upon leagues. All the while, the tendrils of the old gods wormed into the world's crust, slithering deeper and deeper towards the defenseless heart of Azeroth. Organic matter seeped from the old god's blighted form, giving rise to 2 distinct races. The first were the cunning, intelligent Naraki, known as the Faceless Ones. The second were the Akir, insectoids of incredible resilience and strength. As the physical manifestations of the old god's will, both of these races would serve their masters with fanatical loyalty. Through their new servants, the old gods expanded the border of their remote dominions. The Naraki acted as ruthless taskmasters, employing the Akir as laborers to erect towering citadels and the temple cities around their master's colossal bulk. The greatest of these bastions was built around Yasharaj, the most powerful and wicked of these old gods. This burgeoning civilization was located near the heart of Azeroth's largest continent. Yasharaj's holding, along with the other old gods' domain, would soon spread across the world and became known as the Black Empire. The rise of the Black Empire did not go unnoticed by the elementals. Seeing the old gods as a challenge to their dominion, the elemental lords moved to excise the entities from their world. For the first time in Azeroth's history, the world's native spirits worked in unison against a common enemy. Al-Akir's tempest joined with Ragnaros' fiery servants, creating monstrous cyclones of flame. These blistering firestorms raged over the world, reducing the Black Empire's citadels to ash. Elsewhere, Therazane raised jagged rock walls to coral her enemies and shatter the temple cities, while Neptulon and his tidal minions swept in, crushing the Naraki and the Akir beneath the unyielding stone and fury of the seas. Yet for all their fervor, the elementals could not topple the Black Empire. No matter how many Naraki and Akir died, more and more would spawn from the old god's putrid forms like larvae from a hive. The Naraki and the Akir engulfed the land in unstoppable pestilence, shattering the elementals' forms. In the end, the old gods enslaved the elementals and their lords. Without the native spirits to counter the Naraki and the Akir, the borders of the Black Empire crept over much of the desiccated world. Perpetual twilight descended upon Azeroth, and the world spiraled into an abyss of suffering and death, known as the Horde and the Alliance. Oh, sorry. I do have to point out that even the 4 elemental lords can unite, and yet the Horde and Alliance can't. Really? Really? Anyways. Meanwhile, In the depths of the great dark beyond, Agramar continued his quest to eradicate all signs of demonic influence. His battle led him from one world to another, from one demon-beset civilization to the next. Although Agramar bore the full weight of this task alone, his resolve never wavered. He believed with all his heart that Sargeras would one day return and see that the Pantheon's cause was right. It was during his lonely journeys that Agramar sensed something extraordinary, the tranquil dreams of a slumbering world so, billowing across the cosmos. The song of life led him to a world the Pantheon had not yet discovered that they would later name Azeroth. Nestled within the world's core was one of Agramar's kin, one far more powerful than any they had yet encountered. The spirit was so mighty that Agramar sensed its dreams even through the din of the activity that rattled on the world's surface. Yet, as Agramar drew closer to Azeroth and beheld the world, horror seized him. Void energy shrouded the world's surface like a layer of diseased flesh. From the ruined landscape rose the old gods and their black empire. Miraculously, the nascent Titan spirit remained uncorrupted, but Agramar knew it was only a matter of time before it succumbed to the void. Agramar sought counsel with the rest of the Pantheon, informing them of their discovery. Clearly, this was proof that Sargeras had been right about the Void Lords and about their plan. Agramar urged the other Titans to take action, quickly, with all due haste, before Azeroth was lost forever. Aenar was quick to champion Agramar's cause. She compelled the other Pantheon members to think of the world's potential. If brought to maturity, this Titan could exceed even Sargeras' considerable might. Indeed, it would become their greatest warrior, one capable of neutralizing the Void Lords once and for all. But more than that, Azeroth was one of them. It was part of the Horde family. A lost and vulnerable member of their family, the Pantheon could not abandon their own sibling to the clutches of the Void Lords. Aenar's words stirred the hearts of the rest of the Pantheon. They unanimously agreed to save Azeroth no matter the cost, and that's why there's still old gods on Azeroth. I don't know that yet, but that's my suspicion. Hang on. We need to play the songs real quick. Let's go up to here. There we go. Agramar formulated a bold plan of attack. All members of the Pantheon would travel to Azeroth and purge the Black Empire that had claimed it. They would not, however, take action directly. Due to their colossal forms, Agramar feared the Pantheon would irreparably damage or even kill the World Soul. Still no plugin. This is terrible. Instead, he proposed creating mighty constructs to act as the Pantheon's hands and to prosecute their will against the Black Empire. Under the guidance of the great forger, Khazgoroth, the Pantheon created an army of enormous servants from the crust of Azeroth itself, the Aesir and the Vanir. The Aesir were fashioned from metal, could command the power of storms. The Vanir were formed from stone and would hold sway over the earth. Collectively, these mighty creatures would be known as the Titan Forged. The members of the Pantheon imbued a number of their servants with specific likenesses and powers to lead the rest of the Titan Forged. These empowered beings were called Keepers. Although they would have developed their own personalities in time, probably due to droid effect, they would forever bear the mark and abilities of their makers. Aman'Thul gifted some of his vast abilities to High Keeper Ra and Keeper Odin. By the way, totally freaking called that Ra was the... yeah. Khazgoroth bestowed his mastery over Earth and forging to Keeper Arcades. Remember him? Gul'Ganeth granted Keepers Thorim and Hodir dominion over storm and skies. Aenar gave Keeper Freya command over Azeroth's flora and fauna. Norgannon lent a portion of his intellect and mastery to Keepers Loken and Memoron. And lastly, Agramar imparted his strength and courage to Keeper Tyr, who would become the greatest warrior of the Titan Forged. With this new army molded from the world's crust, the Pantheon went to war. The time to shatter the Black Empire and free Azeroth of its malign influence had come. To be continued. No, I'm kidding. Led by the Keepers, the Titan Forge slammed into the Black Empire's northernmost holdings. The resilience and strength of the Pantheon armies made them an unstoppable force. They unleashed the wrath of gods upon their enemies, scouring legions of Naraki and Akir and sundering their temples. The arrival of the Titan Forge caught the old gods completely off guard. They reeled in response to these stone and metal-skinned invaders, but were determined not to lose control over Azeroth. To reassert their dominance, they called upon their greatest lieutenants, the enslaved Elemental Lords. The enraged Elemental Lords and their element minions beset the Titan Forged on all sides. Ever wary of fighting a unified elemental army, the Keepers resolved to divide and conquer their enemies. Thus they split their own forces and dispatched each group of Titan Forged to make war on a specific lord. Tyr and Odin volunteered to confront the most destructive lieutenant, Ragnaros. Their battle raged for weeks, engulfing the land in fire and magma, yet the Keepers' resilient metal forms kept them safe from Ragnaros' fiery onslaughts. Through sheer strength and force of will, Tyr and Odin pushed Ragnaros back to his volcanic lair in the east. In a land of boiling seas and acid skies choked with ash, the two Keepers defeated the Fire Lord. Meanwhile, Arcades and Freya unleashed their powers upon Therazane, the Stone Mother. To protect herself and her minions, the elemental ruler retreated into the towering stone spire she called home. Arcades used dominion over the earth to weaken the foundations of the citadel. Oh, that's a cool picture. And shatter the craggy giants who guarded it. Freya then made colossal roots sprout from the ground to entangle the fortress. They wormed through stone and crystal, buckled the citadel's walls, and brought them down on Therazane's head. Ra, Thorim, and Hodir waged war against Al-Akir, the Wind Lord. That's funny. Using their mastery over skies and storms, they forced the Elemental Lord back to his lair amongst the highest peaks of Azeroth. Lightning set the heavens aflame as Al-Akir struggled to hold off his foes. In the end, the three Keepers turned his lord's power against him, defeating Al-Akir atop his lofty domain. Neptulon and the Tidehunter and his minions rushed to the aid of the other embattled Elemental Lords, but they were waylaid by Loken and Memoron. The two Keepers used wits and cunning to harry and outmaneuver Neptulon's forces at every turn. Ultimately, Loken unleashed his arcane powers to freeze and shatter water elementals' forms, while Memoron crafted enchanted bonds to imprison Neptulon himself. Although the Elemental Lords had been defeated, the Keepers knew they could not utterly destroy the beings. The spirits of the elementals were bound to Azeroth itself. If they were killed, their corporeal forms would simply manifest again in time. But Ra found a solution. He set out to imprison the elementals, much as the great Sargeras had done to the demons. Ra called on the gift of the great Titan-forged sorceress Helya. They worked in concert to craft 4 interlinked domains within a pocket dimension known as the Elemental Plane. Ra and Helya then banished the Elemental Lords and nearly all of their servants to this enchanted prison realm. Helya's in Legion, by the way. That's why I just kind of was like... Ragnaros and the Fire Elementals were exiled to a smoldering corner of the Elemental Plane known as the Firelands. Therazane and the Earth Elementals were locked within the crystalline caverns of Deepholm. Al-Akir and the Air Elementals were imprisoned amongst the cloudy spires of the Skywall. And lastly, Neptulon and the Water Elementals were sucked into the fathomless depths of the Abyssal Maw. Only a few elementals would remain on the surface. With their leaders gone, these beings scattered and abandoned the war. Having contained the elementals, the Keepers turned their attention to the Black Empire's Akiri legions. Many of the insectoids dwelled in vast catacombs that snaked between the surface of the devastated world. Arcades bent the stone and soil to his will, collapsing burrows and driving the creatures above ground. Upon emerging from their lairs, the insectoids found themselves battling the Titan-forged. The battles between the Titan-forged and the Akir proved unexpectedly vicious. In time, the Keepers destroyed most of the Akiri race. Small pockets of the insectoids, those that had tunneled deep underground, escaped the Keeper's wrath, but they were too weak to mount a counterattack. And a quick picture time. This is actually really freaking cool looking. Hang on. We're going to go ahead and go to full screen mode just so you can see this one. See if I can get a good shot of it. You can kind of see at the bottom of the picture is all of the Titan Forged. And if you look up top, you can see Ragnaros, Neptulon, Therazane, and Alakir all fighting united against the Titan Forged. Ugh. Do we have chat yet? Well. So this is actually interesting. What we have right here is Azeroth's territories. This is going to be difficult to show you properly. So here's Azeroth. Now you're like, well, I've seen this picture, Arsh. Well, no, you haven't. This is not the picture. Damn it, still no chat. This is not the picture where it showed the old troll empires. This is the picture that shows the empires of the Black Empire, the territories of the Black Empire, and the Elemental Lords. You see Ragnaros' territories, Alakir's territories, Yasharaj, Cthulhu, Therazane is there, Yogg-Saron is there, Neptulon is there, and Unzoth is there. By the way, I think based on this, let me do a quick check. We can officially, formally say there are 4 old gods on Azeroth. We can finally, I think, 100% say 4 on Azeroth. Just the 4. Khazgaroth, hang on. Arcades, the one from Uldaman. So yeah, Yogg-Saron, Yasharaj, Unzoth, and Cthulhu. Those are the 4 old gods here. The one in the middle, that's Yasharaj, the biggest one by quite a margin. Yasharaj has like almost the entire central chunk of the entire continent. Yogg-Saron's up here, Unzoth is pretty big over here, Cthulhu's over here, and then there's like a spot for Alakir, Ragnaros, Neptulon, and Therazane. The victories over the Akir and the Elementals heartened the Keepers, but they knew their greatest battles were still to come. As one, they turned their righteous gaze on the heart of the Black Empire, the sprawling temple city built around the old god Yasharaj. By toppling the most powerful Naraki bastion in Azeroth, the Keepers believed they could crush their enemies in one swift stroke. Yeah, no kidding, Stukov. The Keepers and their allies waded through the swarm of Naraki, one swarm of Naraki after another as they battled their way towards the monstrous form of Yasharaj. By the way, if you haven't caught it yet, Naraki equals Faceless Ones. That's what they've been called so far. Actually, Yasharaj was the strongest. Unzoth is the one who's probably the one behind everything, though, based on what we know so far. That's estimation. That's assumption, but we'll see. Anyways. Blah, 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 blah. The broken and mangled bodies of Titanforge and Naraki alike riddled the landscape by the time the invaders breached the city and assaulted the old god itself. Yasharaj was far more powerful than the Keepers expected. It poisoned the minds of the Titanforged, drawing out their fears and darkening their thoughts. The Pantheon grew concerned that the old god would overwhelm their servants. Despite the risk of harming the world, they decided to take direct action. Aman-Thul himself reached down through the stormy skies and took hold of Yasharaj's writhing body. With a heave of his mighty arm, he tore the old god from the crust of the world. In that moment, Yasharaj's gargantuan bulk was ripped apart. The immensity of the old god's death rattled mountaintops and obliterated hundreds of Titanforge where they stood. Yasharaj was dead, but its tendrils had bored more deeply into Azeroth than Aman-Thul had ever imagined. In excising the old god from the world, he had inadvertently ripped an eternal wound in Azeroth's surface. Volatile arcane energies, the lifeblood of the nascent titan, erupted from the scar and roiled across the world. Horrified by these turn of events, the Pantheon realized they could not risk killing the other old gods in such a manner. The malignant creatures had embedded themselves so deep into the world that tearing them out would destroy Azeroth itself. The Pantheon knew that the only course of action was to imprison the old gods where they lay and contain their evil forever. It would be a difficult task, but it would be possible with the aid of the Keepers. Totally frickin' called it, by the way. The only reason they were willing to imprison them rather than kill them was because of the nascent titan in the core of the world. Completely called that. Blah, blah, blah. At the Pantheon's behest, the Titan Forged devised a plan to shatter the last vestiges of the Black Empire forever. They would battle each of the old gods directly. Once they had weakened the creatures, Arcades would create subterranean chambers to contain them. Mimron would forge colossal machineries to lock them in place. And when the work is done, Loken would imbue each prison with great enchantments to neutralize their evil. We are on page 37 right now. With their plans formed, the Titanforged began their campaign. Great battles tore across the land as the Titanforged fought their way southeast to the bastion of Unzoth. After overwhelming the old god, the Keepers used their powers to encase the creature in an underground prison. Yeah, I know, right, Fallout? Yeah, exactly. Brute force just would not work. Bingo. Next, the Titanforged marched southwest to the sprawling temple city that had grown around the third old god, Cthulhu. The Keepers and their allies purged swarms of Naraki before assaulting the old god and subduing it. Much as they had done with Unzoth, the Keepers formed the entity beneath the earth and constructed a prison of their own devising over its form. That would be Ankh-Kiraj, by the way. Only one old god remained, the vicious, cunning Yogg-Saron. It would not fall so easily. As the Titanforge closed in on Yogg-Saron's crumbling northern stronghold, the old god unleashed the greatest of its generals, Cathraxi. The Cathraxi. The Cathraxi were monstrous warbringers. Oh, I know who these are. Larger and more resilient than other Naraki. They possessed great strength and brutal intellect, and their dark powers and maledictions could drive even Titanforged to madness. The giant tentacle-faced Cathraxi whipped the remnants of the Black Empire into a frenzy. They swarmed the Titanforge on all sides, thinning their ranks. By the time the Keepers and their allies reached Yogg-Saron, their forces were greatly diminished. They found they lacked the strength of numbers to defeat the... Oh my god! What the crap? Hang on. Just a second. How is that even possible for that to happen? Anyways, I'll look into that later. Sorry, guys. Just a spammer. Literally, it wasn't even someone I know. It's just someone spamming. I have completely lost my place. By the time the Keepers and their allies reached Yogg-Saron, their forces were greatly diminished. They found they lacked the strength of numbers to defeat the old god. Yogg-Saron would have destroyed the Titanforge completely if not for the heroic efforts of Odin. Uh-huh. Although scarred and battered by war, Odin summoned his waning strength and inspired the Titanforged to launch a counterattack. He commanded Loken to weave a grand illusion spell that forced the Cathraxi to see themselves, and even Yogg-Saron, as the enemy. As the Black Empire's forces turned on one another, Odin swooped in to cut down his confused foes. As the other Titanforged followed his lead, they succeeded in pacifying Yogg-Saron, and as they had done with Cthulhu and Unzoth, the Keepers buried the entity beneath the earth, locking away in a monolithic, enchanted prison. For the first time in Azeroth's history, a tentative peace settled over the world. The Titanforged had banished the chaotic elemental lords to another plane of existence. They had also purged the Black Empire and muted the terrible power of the old gods. Against all odds, Azeroth had been saved. But there was much work still to be done. Hang on just a second. There we go. The Keeper's most pressing concern was the horrific scar left behind when Aman-Thul tore Y'Shaarj from the world's crust. A constant stream of volatile arcane energy bled from the colossal rift, lashing out across the world. The Keepers knew that, if left unattended, these energies would consume Azeroth over time. The Keepers labored day and night, crafting magic wards around the gaping wound to staunch the escaping lifeblood. Eventually, the tumultuous energies calmed and settled into balance. All that remained of the scar was an immense lake of scintillating energy the Keepers would call the Well of Eternity. Thereafter, the power of this wondrous font would be infused in the ailing world, helping life to take root and bloom across the globe. With the wound healed, the Keepers sought to strengthen Azeroth's nascent world soul and stabilize its life force. To do so, Arcades and Mimron combined their powers to craft the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination. These two extraordinary machines would work in tandem, infusing Azeroth's slumbering spirit with cosmic energies. The Forge of Wills would be embedded in the northern reaches of the world, and it would shape the world soul's budding sentience. The Forge of Origination would be installed in the southern reaches and would regulate the rhythms of the deep earth and fortify its form. After these two machines were constructed, the Keepers went to work. Odin oversaw efforts to install the Forge of Wills within a vast northern mountain range, that would eventually be called the Storm Peaks. The Pantheon appointed Odin the prime designate for his valorous deeds in the war with the Old Gods. The task of watching over Yogg-Saron's prison and maintaining the Forge of Wills would fall to him. Hello, Magister. Odin and the other Keepers immediately began building the great fortress of Ulduar to serve as the main bastion of the Titan forged on Azeroth. The fortress would house not only Yogg-Saron's prison, but also the Forge of Wills and other machineries of the Keepers' devising. Yes, Mind Blast. It's part of his plans. The Forge of Wills also served another purpose. It would draw on the life essence of Azeroth itself, giving shape and sentience to creatures of living stone and metal. Not just the giants, but other types of Titan Forged as well. This new generation of Titan Forged would help the Keepers bring order to the world. As the Forge of Wills churned out these new Titan Forged, High Keeper Ra led an expedition to install the Forge of Origination in the south. He was accompanied by a number of stone-skinned creatures recently wrought from the Forge of Wills. The Anubisath Giants, the Leonine Tolvir, and the indomitable Mogu. Good question, Zachariah. En route, Ra discovered that what remnants of Yasharaj's corporeal form lay strewn upon the southern reaches of the world. When Aman'Thul had ripped the old god from Azeroth, pieces of the entity had fallen back to the surface, infusing the land with evil. The largest piece intact was the old god's icy heart, a mass of diseased flesh seething with void energies. Rather than destroy the heart, Ra built a subterranean vault to contain it and neutralize it. He, along with the other Keepers, knew that studying the heart could help them understand the nature of old gods and other void creatures. Ra charged his Mogu followers with watching over the vault of Yasharaj. They would guard and care for the surrounding land as well. Seriously? I just got someone who is like, I saw you were broadcasting gaming talk shows, but you don't have much viewers. Would you like to buy our services to get more viewers? Ra then continued his expedition south and traveled west. There he and his followers embedded the Forge of Origination in the land. The earth tumbled beneath Ra's feet as the gargantuan machine churned to life. The High Keeper soon sensed the twin forges were working in synergy, sending healing energies through to the heart of the world. Ra and his followers erected a sprawling fortress around the Hall of Origination. The site was called Uldum, and would eventually become the southernmost base of operation for the Keepers. And much like the Forge of Wills, the Forge of Origination would serve a dual purpose. In the event that Azeroth's flora and fauna succumbed to corruption, the incredible energy stored inside the Great Machine could be unleashed to eradicate all life on the world. Yay! High Keeper Ra commanded some of the Tolvir and the Anubisaths to safeguard Uldum forever. Hey, OP, delete. High Keeper, blah, blah, blah. This arid and, he and the rest of his servants marched northwest into a land that would eventually be called Silithus. This arid and fairly inhospitable region was home to a subterranean prison that housed the old god Cthulhu. Ra and his allies labored to expand the prison, ultimately constructing the mighty fortress of Ahn'Qiraj. After the task was done, the High Keeper ordered his remaining Titan Forged to safeguard the stronghold. Ra himself, seeing his work completed, would spend his following ages roaming the southern regions of Azeroth, distantly observing his Titan Forge and ensuring they upheld their sacred charges. With the twin forges embedded in Azeroth, the Keepers moved to reshape the surface of the world. To this end, they called on the new generation of servants wrought from the Forge of Wills. Each of these loyal and mighty Titan Forged would play a different role in ordering and protecting the world. The craggy, kind-hearted Earthen would specialize in crafting mountains and carving out the deep places of the world. The clockwork mechanomes, designed by Keeper Memoron, would help build and maintain the Keeper's extraordinary machines. The stone-skinned Mogu would dig out the rivers and waterways of Azeroth. The task of... a couple, Takoida. The task of safeguarding many of the Keeper's holdings would fall to two different groups of construct, the iron-skinned Vrykul and the chiseled Tolvir. To shape the environment, the Keepers also conscripted the powerful stone and sea giants. They would roam the breadth of Azeroth, lifting towering mountain ranges and dredging out fathomless seas. As the Titanforged begin shaping Azeroth, Keeper Freya set out to populate the world with organic life. To do so, she crafted the Emerald Dream, a vast, ever-shifting dimension of spirits and natural magic. This ethereal plane acted as a mirror image of Azeroth, helping regulate the evolutionary path of the world's flora and fauna. A confluence of spirits and strange, otherworldly beings populated the dream, frolicking in the surreal paradise that was their home. The mystical dream defied mortal perceptions of reality. Concepts like time and distance held no sway within the realm of intangibles. A day in the physical world could feel like decades in the dream. And 10,000 years. Freya then wandered the world, searching the area for areas where the Well of Eternity's energies had coalesced. These regions created optimal conditions for the development of new flora and fauna. Freya shaped immense enclaves of nature at these places of power. She molded life of astounding diversity, seeding it around the world. The sites where Freya had done her work were at the polar extremes of the world. They included regions which would later be known as Ungoro Crater, Sholazar Basin, and the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. So on the one hand, I called that, but on the other hand, I didn't actually realize the Vale of Eternal Blossoms was also a petri dish, like the other two. The greatest creatures to emerge from these enclaves were colossal animals known as wild gods. Freya adored and cared for these majestic beings as if they were her own children. She often wandered the physical world with the wild gods at her side, vibrant forests and grasslands blooming in their step. Yet there was one place she and they frequented more than any other, a massive forested peak called Mount Hyjal. There's a little side note here. The Dreaming World. Some people believe that Freya wove the Emerald Dream into being from nothing. Others claim this strange place had always existed in some form, a dream born from Azeroth's slumbering world soul. It is said Freya tapped into this realm and molded what would later become known as the Emerald Dream as a way to communicate with the Titan. So, here are several of the original wild gods. Wow, this is actually kind of funny. Among the greatest of the wild gods were Malorn, the white stag, Asina, the wisp, Agamagon, the razor boar, Aviana, the mistress of birds, Ursok and Ursol, the bear lords, Tortola, the turtle, wise, Goldrin, the great wolf, everyone knows that one, Chi-Fi, the red crane, Niazao, the black ox, Zuen, the white tiger, and Yulan, the jade serpent. It was on the slopes of Mount Hyjal that Freya bound the spirits of her beloved wild gods to the Emerald Dream. Inexorably tied to the ethereal realm, they would come to symbolize the health and vitality of Azeroth itself. Forever after, Hyjal would remain a refuge and sacred place to the wild gods. As Freya's creations explored the world, they came across a number of other strange life forms. These creatures had emerged from Azeroth's elemental past of their own free will. When the Keepers had sealed off the elemental plane, some stragglers had escaped banishment. The fury of these spirits ebbed over time, and they became creatures of flesh and blood. It was from these former elementals that some of the wildlife, such as proto-dragons, came to be. Interesting. In time, the Keepers... yeah, no kidding, Zoan. Hey, Sonashi. Oh, let's see if the chat's working yet. Just give it a moment there. Invisible book. Invisible book. Anyways, in time, the Keepers and their servants stabilized Azeroth's main landmass, a continent teeming with plants and creatures of every kind. Twilight fell as the Titan Forge surveyed the world they had shaped, and they named their primary continent Kalimdor, Land of Eternal Starlight. Yeah, sure, OP Delete. It's garbage and I hate it. There you go. The Pantheon bestowed wondrous artifacts on the Keepers to aid them with ordering the world. These relics were known as the Pillars of Creation. Ages after the Keepers had completed their grand work, the artifacts would be lost and scattered across the realms of Azeroth. So, this, I know it's going to be hard to see. Yeah, that's just too bright. I can't even show that. It's a picture of a sea giant shaping the realm. Pleased with the Keeper's efforts and assured that the slumbering world soul was in good hands, the Pantheon prepared to venture back into the Great Dark. The discovery of Azeroth was proof that other nascent Titans could exist in the universe, and the Titans were eager to renew their search. The Keepers mourned their imminent departure of their makers, but they also brimmed with pride at being given the honor. Sonashi, if you could whisper what it was saying, that would be fantastic. Thank you. I lost my place again. They brimmed with pride at being given the honor of safeguarding Azeroth. To commemorate the Pantheon's departure, Loken and Mimiron crafted a set of enchanted artifacts known as the Discs of Norganon, which would transcribe the history as it unfolded on Azeroth. If ever the Pantheon returned, they would possess a record of what had come to pass in their absence. In his final act before departing, Aman'Thul commissioned the Constellar Algalon, the Observer, to serve as the world's particular celestial guardian. The possibility that the world's soul could become corrupted was one the Titans could not ignore. Should that come to pass, Algalon had the power to initiate a procedure that would activate the Forge of Origination, purging the world of all life and any corruption that was present. With that, the Pantheon bade the Titan Forge farewell and disappeared into the stars. The Titans had done everything possible to heal Azeroth and assure the world's soul's maturation. All that remained now was to wait and hope it would someday awaken. Someday, when Deutsch showed up on chat. Hey, Deutsch. Chat is still not working. It's irritating as crap. In the ages after the Pantheon, no, that's good, Sonashi. I wanted the honesty. In the ages after the Pantheon left Azeroth, myriad lifeforms flourished across the surface of the world. The most savage and cunning of these were the proto-dragons, who dwelled in the frozen north of Kalimdor. The various proto-dragons, I know what this story is, held a wide variety of strength and abilities. Some were gigantic, winged beings of incredible fortitude, their spirits tied to the world itself. Others had unknowingly tapped into the latent elemental energies that permeated the new ordered world. But there was one proto-dragon whose brutality and devastating power overwhelmed the rest of his kind. His name was Galakrond. He was the largest proto-dragon who had ever soared across Azeroth's sky. So mighty was the enormous creature that the beating of his wings could flatten entire forests. However, strength was not his only weapon. He possessed a preternatural cunning that made him an exceptional hunter. In time, Galakrond came to dominate the most sought-after hunting grounds in northern Kalimdor. Yes, there is one fairly significant retcon so far. The old gods are actually servants of the Void Lords, and the Void Lords are the guys basically at the top of the heap. They're as high up as it gets as far as the bad guys right now. In time, Galakrond was consumed by an insatiable... You're fine, Sonashi. Thank you for letting me know. It says specifically they commissioned him, Hylisk, and earlier they mentioned about how the Constellar was a race that the Titans found. So, shrug? The Void Lords are the Reapers. Not quite, but they're getting there. Where the hell was I? I wish chat was working so you guys could... in blah, 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 his body, blah, blah. So terrible was the hunger of Galakrond, he began doing the unthinkable. He began feasting on other proto-dragons, even the corpses of the dead. Devouring fallen proto-dragons eventually warped his mind and body with a necrotic affliction. Misshapen limbs and dozens of eyes sprouted across his gargantuan form. Death energies wafted off of his jagged hide, reanimating dead matter. These necrotic powers were infused in Galakron's victims, and they rose as mindless abominations. Type 1 undead. The ranks of Galakron's wretched minions soon expanded. Soon he and his ruined followers terrorized the skies over Kalimdor. The other proto-dragons, fractured by long-standing rivalries, failed to unite against this new threat. Tyr, mightiest of the Keepers, was the first of his kind to notice the dangers posed by Galakron. He warned his fellow Keepers of what he seen, but he could not motivate them to act. Though the Keepers had once sworn to protect the world, the war with the old gods and the ordering of Azeroth had sapped their collective strength and willpower. They had become indifferent, focused solely on maintaining their vaults and arcane machineries. But Tyr, who is pretty awesome, was not deterred by his siblings' apathy. His drive to seek justice and order in the world pushed him forward. He knew that if Galakron remained unchecked, he would devour all of nature, spreading his affliction to the far corners of Azeroth. Thus, the Keeper sought a means to destroy the giant proto-dragon and his minions. Tyr found his answer with 5 of the greatest and most intelligent proto-dragons in existence. You may recognize these guys: Alexstrasza, Naltharion, Malygos, Izara, and Nozdormu. Okay. Nearly all of these creatures hailed from different strains, yet each of them displayed unique powers. Even the 2 sisters, Alexstrasza and Izara, could command distinct abilities. The tenacious and kind-hearted Alexstrasza could summon gouts of fire from her maw. The mighty Naltharion had incredible strength, and his mighty roar could pierce bone and rock. The cunning Malygos could breathe frost, encasing his foes in solid ice. The wise Nozdormu could assail his enemies with blinding storms of coarse sand, and the elusive Izara could debilitate her enemies, sapping their willpower and throwing them into a deep trance. Tyr beseeched the 5 proto-dragons for aid in thwarting Galakron. The creatures were initially suspicious of the strange being who approached them, but they soon vowed to fight by his side. Despite their differences, the 5 proto-dragons displayed a surprising willingness to work as one. Under Tyr's guidance, Alexstrasza and her companions warred with Galakron and his fetid minions. Their battle raged across the snowy peaks and rocky spires of northern Kalimdor. Initially, Galakron's jagged hide warded off the attacks of the 5 proto-dragons. Though disheartened by their enemy's resilience, Alexstrasza and her allies soon found his weakness. They assaulted his many eyes and his soft, vulnerable gullet. By using their powers in harmony and trusting one another, the 5 proto-dragons vanquished their gargantuan foe. Galakron's lifeless husk plummeted to the ground, smashing into the frozen tundra of what would become known as the Dragonblight. Chad the Merciful. The 5 proto-dragons had won despite all odds, but they had only done so by working together. It was not a lesson they would soon forget. Alexstrasza and the others would carry on this idea of unity and cooperation for ages to come. Side note, Tyr and the Silver Hand. Tyr fought alongside the proto-dragons, but Galakron proved powerful even for a Keeper of Justice. In one particular battle, the monstrous creature bit off Tyr's iron hand, suffusing him with necrotic energy. Although Tyr survived, his hand would never truly heal. Many years later, Tyr replaced his hand with one forged of pure silver. This silver hand, in the shape of a fist, would come to symbolize his belief that only through personal sacrifice could one achieve lasting justice. Probably Hylisk. So, new map. Okay, so there's Mount Hyjal, there's Ungoro, there's Sholazar, there's Ulduar, Wormrest, Ahn'Qiraj, Uldum, Vale of Eternal Blossoms, which is way down there. Unzoth is right there. See, everything on this page makes sense, but I want you to take note of where Unzoth is located. Where's this guy? There, okay. It's right here. You can barely see it, but it's that one right there. You see that location? In relative to the rest of the world, that's where Unzoth is right now. If you're not paying attention, that's probably just off the coast of Eastern Kingdoms. Probably. Like, say, around Vashir. guys. The charge of the dragonflights. While Tyr and the proto-dragons were battling Galakrond, the other keepers finally emerged from their stupor. Too late, they realized the threat the corrupted monstrosity posed. They were heartened by the resolve of Tyr's winged allies and ashamed of their own apathy. Tyr, however, never actually chastised the other keepers. Instead, he convinced them to imbue the 5 proto-dragons with powers so they could safeguard the lands of Azeroth. No, I know exactly what's in the darkness in Tearsifal, sadly. I'm curious if that's in this book. But it's in Legion, one way or the other. Okay. Only keep... Okay. They wanted to imbue the 5 proto-dragons with powers that could safeguard the lands of Azeroth. Only Keeper Odin challenged this idea. Though he acknowledged the proto-dragon's heroism, he did not agree that Azeroth's fate should be placed on their shoulders. Odin saw Alexstrasza and her ilk as primitive life forms. Only the mighty Titanforge could be trusted to protect the world. Odin argued that as the Prime Designate, he had the final decision on how to proceed, yet Tyr and the others disagreed. Through bravery and self-sacrifice, the proto-dragons had earned the right to act as Azeroth's guardians. Despite Odin's continued protests, the other keepers moved forward with their plans. After the proto-dragons defeated Galakrond, the keepers journeyed to the frozen tundra where the final battle had taken place. Even Ra traveled from the distant south to take part in the great ceremony that was to come. Acting as conduits of their own creator's power, the gathered keepers bestowed the blessings of the Pantheon upon each proto-dragon. High Keeper Ra channeled the powers of his creator, Amon-Thul, into the proto-dragon Nozdormu. Of all of Amon-Thul's myriad powers, Nozdormu was blessed with a mastery of time itself. Hence he would become known as the Timeless One, and held dominion over the interweaving paths of fate and destiny. The nurturing and ever-merciful Freya was called upon her creator, Aenar, to empower the proto-dragon Alexstrasza. Known thereafter as the Lifebinder, Alexstrasza would devote everything she was to the stewardship of the living world. Having proved her courage and compassion in the battles against Galakrond, she was crowned the Dragon Queen and given command over her kind. Freya also beseeched Aenar to bless Alexstrasza's younger sister, the proto-dragon Ysera, with the nature's influence. Ysera was charged with keeping charge over the flowering wilds of Azeroth from within the Emerald Dream. Bound to this ethereal realm, she descended into an endless trance and became thereafter known as the Dreamer. Keeper Loken called upon his creation Norgannon to endow the proto-dragon Malygos with incredible arcane power. Henceforth, Malygos would be known as the Spellweaver. The limitless realms of magic and hidden arcana would be his to share, explore, and protect. Lastly, Arcades asked his creator Khazgoroth to bestow some of his vast power on the indomitable proto-dragon Naltharion. Known thereafter as the Earth Warder, Naltharion was given charge over the mountains and deep caverns of the earth. He embodied the strength of the world, and served, for many long ages, as Alexstrasza's greatest friend and confidant. Bristling with Pantheon's energies, the 5 proto-dragons transformed into immense, graceful creatures. Nozdormu's hide took bronze hue like a sea of shimmering sand. Alexstrasza's scales turned a deep and vivid scale of red. Ysera's lithe form became a vibrant green to reflect her new connection with nature. Malygos an icy blue, his very scales radiating potent arcane energies, and Naltharion's hide became rough as earthy black. From this day forward, these 5 extraordinary beings would be known as the Dragon Aspects. The Keepers also sought to create a new species to help the Dragon Aspects protect the world. These beings would serve as the Aspects as consorts and allies. To this end, the Keepers magically altered hundreds of eggs, and from them would emerge the creatures born in the image of the Aspects. These new race would be known as dragons, and they would form 5 distinct flights: bronze, red, green, blue, black. Though each of these flights would serve a different aspect, they would all be bound together in their duty to protect Azeroth. To strengthen this bond, the Keepers forged a grand tower in northern Kalimdor called Wyrmrest Temple. It would serve as the heart of the dragon's culture, a sanctuary where they would gather and discuss their activities. But above all else, Wyrmrest would stand as a symbol of unity. The Keepers, satisfied with their work, disappeared back into their lairs, leaving the aspects to watch over the living creatures of Azeroth. As the other keepers were conducting their ceremony to empower the dragon aspects, Odin brooded within the halls of Ulduar. He was furious that his allies had acted against his wishes, the wishes of the Prime Designate. More than that, Odin believed with all his heart the dragon aspects would fail their charge to safeguard the world. For the good of Azeroth, Odin had to take matters into his own hands. He would create an elite army of his own design, one they could call upon to protect the world should the need ever arise. To fill the ranks of this fighting force, he would look to the mighty Vrykul. He had always admired their innate strength and courage. He saw the Vrykul, above all other Titanforged, as the perfect expression of the warrior spirit. Upon returning to Ulduar, Tyr and the other keepers demanded Odin abandon his foolish plans, yet their words had no effect on the Prime Designate. Odin was single-minded in his focus and unbending in his ideas of what was right. He invited the other keepers to help him, to join his cause and create his army. But when none stepped forward to join his cause, Odin announced he would pursue his quest without them. Odin secured one of Ulduar's wings to act as a base for his new army. To permanently separate it from the rest of the fortress and from the other keepers, he called upon the Titanforged sorceress Helya. Over the ages, Odin had come to see her as his adopted daughter. Helya wove a great spell to encase the keeper's stronghold, and then, focusing all of her power, she ripped the colossal chunk of Ulduar from the earth and lifted it into the cloudy skies. In time, this floating citadel will become known as the Halls of Valor. That's in Legion, by the way. From atop his fortress, Odin bellowed a proclamation to all Vrykul. Those who proved their bravery by dying glorious deaths in battle would live again in the halls of valor. Their spirits would be transported to the fortress and given new, storm-forged bodies. These champions, I have no idea how to pronounce this word, would serve as Azeroth's foremost guardians. Hang on, let me try. Valiar? Varliar? I don't know. Their deeds would live on in the hearts of all Titanforged forever after. All that remained was finding a means of ferrying the spirits of the dead to the halls of valor. For this, Odin studied the energies that permeated the Shadowlands. The knowledge he gained allowed him to transform some of the Vrykul into spectral beings known as Valkyr. These wraith-like servants would travel between the Shadowlands and the physical world, guiding the souls of worthy Vrykul to the halls of valor. Yet those who became Valkyr would be cursed to serve as phantoms for all eternity. Oh my god! Valkyr have been around since before the Trolls have! Holy crap! I mean, I kind of guessed that, so I can't put that as like a wrong thing, but wow! Anyways, V-A-L-A-R-J-A-R is how it's spelled. Now this is actually kind of funny. No Vrykul volunteered for the grim task of becoming a Valkyr. I saw this coming. I've already had a few things about Odin and Helya spoiled for me from Legion, so this is kind of lining up nicely. No Vrykul volunteered for the grim task of becoming a Valkyr. Here, I'll spell it out. Hang on. Yeah. Valarjar. There you go. That's how it's spelled. Damn it. Now I gotta sneeze. This is all your fault. No Vrykul volunteered for the task of becoming a Valkyr, and thus Odin decided he would create his servants by force. Helya admonished the Keeper for his willingness to turn the Titanforged into slaves against their will. The argument between her and Odin grew so heated, the two nearly came to blows. In the end, Helya warned she would return to the halls of valor to Ulduar if Odin did not change his mind. Odin saw Helya's disobedience as a threat, not only to his plans, but to Azeroth itself. Blinded by his dreams of what the Hall of Valor should become, he struck out at the sorceress. Odin shattered her physical form and twisted her spirit into the very first Valkyr. Helya's howls of pain and anger rumbled across the surface of Azeroth and pierced into the very heart of the Shadowlands. This violent transformation would forever darken Helya, but her torment was not finished. Though she loathed Odin for what he had done to her, she found herself compelled to obey his will. Under Odin's command, she set out to transform the unwilling Vrykul into the cursed Valkyr. For ages, Helya and her fellow Valkyr brought the souls of heroic Vrykul to the halls of valor. The citadel became infused with storm-fused Valiar. Odin trained and empowered each of these warriors. He had no remorse for breaking from the Keepers, or from transferring Helya into the first Valkyr against her will. In Odin's mind, everything he had been done was for the safety of Azeroth and in honor of the Pantheon. That's kind of messed. So the next chapter is called Sargeras. The Keepers went about their duties on Azeroth, unaware of a new threat that was taking shape in the distant reaches of the Great Dark. Hey, Darkrai. Sargeras, having broken all ties with the Pantheon, meditated on the fate of the universe in isolation. His fear that the Void Lords had already corrupted the other worlds consumed him, as doubt and despair continued twisting the Titan's every thought. He became more and more certain that creation itself was fatally flawed. Finally, he concluded the only way to spare the universe was to purge it in fire. Thus the grand burning crusade would begin. To accomplish this burning crusade, Sargeras required a vast force of unquenchable rage, and he only knew of one place that held such power and potential: Mardum, Plain of Banishment. That would be kind of funny if I was just making here. It looks blank because of the lighting, but if I hold it closer, maybe? Wow, there you go. You can kind of see the text there. You can see it over there. I feel like pointing out that I like this. I just want to say this. I really like this. Originally, Sargeras was corrupted by the Eridar. Then Sargeras was corrupted by depression. But I like this third option even better. On his own, without ever having any external force or any corruption or any void god or anything like that, without anything else influencing him, Sargeras on his own logically and reasonably came to the conclusion that the universe must burn. And I actually like that better than the other two options. Yes, I'm making this all up, guys. I'm just that good at making stuff up on the fly in a blank book that I made this cover for. Over the ages, Mardum had become bloated with fell magic and vengeful demons. Their presence had warped Mardum, transforming it into a plane of nightmare. Torrents of fell energy ceaselessly bombarded the prison's walls, bathing the captive demons in a roiling sea of volatile magic. Sargeras quelled his remaining apprehension and tore the prison asunder, spilling its wrathful denizens into the great dark beyond. The violent explosion of fell magic was powerful, even beyond what the fallen Titan had imagined. Violent energies enveloped Sargeras, surging through his veins, searing his soul. His eyes burst in gouts of emerald fire. Fell volcanoes burst across his form, splitting his skin apart, revealing a furnace of hate. Yet despite these horrific changes, Sargeras' mind remained locked on his one all-consuming purpose: to prevent the Void Lords from possessing creation. Life itself had to be extinguished. In shattering the prison, Sargeras had ruptured the boundary between the Great Dark and the twisting Nether. A monstrous celestial maw limbed in storm of emerald fire, had ripped through the fabric of reality, and it would remain a scar on creation, smoldering proof of Sargeras' madness for all eternity. Demons of every shape and size poured into the physical universe from the rift, howling in triumph at their release. Sargeras imbued the ravenous masses with his power, uniting them as one in an inferno of fell magic. Although many demons had previously tapped into the volatile energies of the Nether, none had ever experienced the pure might found in Sargeras' Fel. Some of the creatures grew in size and stature, still others grew new cunning and intellect folding into their mind. By this point, Sargeras had learned more about the nature of demons, including how to permanently destroy their spirits. He offered a simple pact in exchange for the demon's newfound power: fight at his command or be permanently extinguished. It was not a difficult choice. To thwart the Void Lords, Sargeras unleashed his new army, the Burning Legion, upon the innumerable worlds of the Great Dark. Never before had the forces of evil been so united in such number. Sargeras wielded enough power to make disobedience all but unthinkable. None would dream of challenging him. But more importantly, his minions grew to delight in their roles as agents of extinction. The Burning Legion fell upon its first world. Although it did not contain a slumbering titan, it was a world that had been ordered by the Pantheon in ages past. His forces incinerated the mortal civilization that dwelled there, wiping out dozens of sentient and sapient species. When the Constellar whom the Pantheon had charged to oversee the world arrived, Sargeras himself annihilated the being. Agramar was the first to learn of the Constellar's demise. As more news of the Burning Legion's atrocities reached him, he hunted down the demonic army. Agramar arrived just in time to witness the Legion scouring yet another world, and he saw the twisted, fire-wreathed being leading it, his mentor and greatest friend, Sargeras. Agramar was stunned. I would imagine, yes, Dakota. Agramar was stunned. He demanded an explanation from Sargeras. The former champion offered none, only declaring that his burning crusade was the sole means to purify the universe. Anyone who stood against him, Sargeras added, would burn in the fires of his legion as well. Knowing he could not sway Sargeras with words, Agramar challenged his former mentor to single combat. Before the watching eyes of countless demons, the two greatest warriors the universe had ever known came to blows. Agramar found himself outmatched. Like all titans, he was uniquely susceptible to fell magic, because fell is opposed to arcane. Sargeras' ferocious assaults shattered Agramar's defenses and sent him reeling in agony. In a final and desperate counterattack, Agramar summoned all power at his command and struck at Sargeras. Their two blades met, igniting a ferocious explosion of fell and arcane power. And when the torrent of warring energy subsided, Sargeras and Agramar saw their weapons had been shattered. Heavily wounded by the blast, Agramar retreated from the battle and returned to the rest of the Pantheon. Disbelief gripped the other Titans as they learned what had happened. The thought of their most trusted and noble warrior falling to darkness shook their faith to the core. The Pantheon could not fathom how to stop such a threat, but they agreed they could not sit idly by. Girded for war, the combined might of the Pantheon confronted Sargeras and his unholy legion near a world called Nihilim. Amon'Thul called out to Sargeras, pleading with him to abandon his mad crusade. He told Sargeras of Azeroth, a fledgling world soul with more potential than any the Pantheon had ever been, a strong enough being to defeat the Void Lords in due time. Sargeras listened carefully, but was unmoved. Despite his earlier battle with Sargeras, Agramar believed something noble still lingered in his former champion's heart. As a last resort, he laid down his arms and approached the fallen Titan. Agramar recounted tales of their battles against the demons, reminded Sargeras of their sacred oath. But Sargeras was set in his ways. Nothing the Pantheon could say, not even his cherished protege, would ever change his mind. With a howl of rage, grief, and sorrow, Sargeras struck Agrimar down, his ruined blade nearly cleaving the Titan in two. Infuriated by this unthinkable murder, the Pantheon launched an all-out assault on Sargeras and his legion. Stars died as the battle raged across the cosmos, scarring vast stretches of reality. Nihilim, known forevermore as the Doom World, became warped and twisted by this apocalyptic conflict. The Titans of the Pantheon wielded powers incomprehensible to mortal minds, but they could not overcome Sargeras' fell-fueled might. Wouldn't that make so much sense, too? Think about how much life energy Sargeras has to burn into his own fell magic. The fallen Titan decimated the Pantheon members with fel until he had broken their will to fight. To seal their demise, Sargeras summoned a massive fellstorm that would consume their bodies and souls alike. Yet just as the furious onslaught of energy washed over the defeated Titans, Norgannon made one last attempt to stave off oblivion. Norgannon bent the raw energies of the entire universe to his will, weaving a protective shroud at each of the Pantheon's Titan spirits and launching them into the Great Dark. While the Titans' disembodied souls hurtled through the cosmos, Sargeras' fellstorm obliterated what was left of their bodies. Huh. Unaware that the Titan's spirits had survived, Sargeras declared the Burning Legion victorious, the Pantheon no more, and now he had tantalizing clues about a powerful world soul called Azeroth. Yet though Sargeras had learned the name, its whereabouts remained a mystery. Nonetheless, without the Pantheon to oppose him, he knew he would find it in time, and he knew he would have to do so before the Void Lords did. So in case you missed that, the Titans' bodies died, but their souls went on and are probably going to inhabit new worlds to become new world souls, basically. So, that's interesting. That also explains something I've been wondering for a very long time. And I've been asked this even during this lore run. Why have the Titans been allowing the Burning Legion to continue? The answer is, they haven't been. They're off becoming new planets. The Burning Legion had triumphed. Yes, Grosgar, yeah. Bingo, Salty. That's why we haven't seen them for forever. Because they're not actually present. They're off growing into new worlds to become new Titans. The Burning Legion had triumphed over the Pantheon, and Sargeras moved to rally even more demons toward his cause. Yet the fight with the Pantheon had exposed a flaw in his seemingly unstoppable army, one he was determined to remedy. For all of his vast power, he could not direct his entire army at once. Demons were vicious and bloodthirsty, but most lacked strategic thinking. Much of the Legion has fallen needlessly to the Pantheon. Sargeras wanted cunning, tactically minded commanders to join his side, and he had seen a place from which to harvest such servants. A world called Argus. Argus was home to an extremely advanced race known as the Eridar, far more intelligent than any other species Sargeras had encountered. The Eridar hungered for knowledge above all else, and by attaining it, they believed they could shape the universe into a better, more benevolent place. A triumvirate of leaders ruled over Eridar, not by might or by fear, but by contemplating the great questions of the cosmos and sharing the answers with their people. The mighty Archimonde had a gift for finding the strengths in those around him. His bold demeanor inspired his followers, filling them with confidence and courage to face any challenge. Kil'jaeden, most brilliant of the rulers, was considered a prodigy even amongst the Eridar, witty, cunning, and reveling in puzzling out the most confounding mysteries of the cosmos. I don't have a timeline here, Zoan. This is way, way long ago. So 15k plus at the most, or at the least, excuse me. No, Stars of the Ocean, Titans do not innately get reborn. What happened was Norgannon at the last moment specifically cast a spell to rip their souls out of their bodies and send them off into the cosmos so they would survive. Their bodies were destroyed by Sargeras' attack, but their souls went on to survive. Yeah, no kidding, Hylas. This does seem to fly in the face of that. Although I still stand by my statement that they have that sort of uncaring thing going on for them. Anyways. Kil'jaeden was awesome. Lastly, there was Valen, spiritual heart of the Triumvirate. He stood relentless as a champion of peace, whose wisdom could diffuse any conflict. Individually, each member of the Triumvirate would have made an excellent leader, but together, with their strengths working in synergy, they elevated their people to heights previously unheard of. The Eradar's great cohesion was the ideal solution to the Eradar's weakness. Yet to conscript them to his cause, Sargeras would have to completely corrupt them. In the guise of a radiant and elegant being, he communed with the Eredar Triumvirate. Sargeras played to their desires, promising them knowledge and unimaginable power. He showed them worlds beyond count, over which they held dominion, primitive places the Eredar could transform into sanctuaries of peace and intellectual thought. Sargeras vowed to share with the Eredar not only the most obscure secrets of existence, but the final answer to what he believed was the fundamental flaw in creation. In return, the denizens of Argus would devote themselves to Sargeras' grand work and help him remedy those flaws. That's surprisingly honest of a deception. The offer awed Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, who were honored to be a part of this grand undertaking. Valen, however, was not convinced. He sensed something strange about the seemingly beautiful and all-knowing creature who had appeared to them. Valen meditated and used an ancient artifact gifted to his race by the Naaru long before this time, the Atamal Crystal. Through the enchanted relic, he received a horrific vision of the Eredar's future if they sided with Sargeras. They would become disfigured, transformed into demonic beings of depthless evil. Valen warned his brothers of what he had seen, but they dismissed his insight, and made it clear they intended to accept Sargeras' offer. Fearing that Archimonde and Kil'jaeden would kill him if he continued to dissent, Valen feigned acceptance. Though he and Kil'jaeden were particularly close friends, he didn't believe he could trust their bond to prevail over Sargeras' enticing promises. Valen despaired the fate of his people. In this moment of desperation, the same beings who had granted him his vision reached out to him. One of the Naaru, K'ure, contacted the Eredar leader and offered to shepherd him and his closest allies to safety. Filled with renewed hope, Valen sought out the other Eredar whom he believed he could trust. As Sargeras arrived on Argus to corrupt the unsuspecting Eredar, Valen and his followers made their daring escape. They gathered aboard a massive Naaru fortress known as the Genadar, and fled their homeworld forever. From this day forward, Valen and his followers would be known as Draenei, exiled ones. On Argus, Sargeras bent the other Eredar to his unholy will. Fanatical fell whisperings surged through the minds of the world's inhabitants, drowning out the capacity to reason. Sargeras infused the Eredar with fell energies, twisting their forms into resembling hideous demons. Sargeras found quick use for his new corrupted converts. The Eredar settled in as commanders within the Burning Legion. Kil'jaeden and Archimonde would stand as the most gifted and powerful among them. Sargeras molded Kil'jaeden's intellect and cunning to suit the Legion's designs. Known thereafter as the Deceiver, Kil'jaeden was charged with using his wits to beguile the mortal civilization of the physical universe and transform them into agents of the Burning Legion. Sargeras also saw Archimonde's talent in motivating others as an invaluable tool, and his strength valuable on the battlefield. Therefore, after he would be known as the Defiler, I don't get why he gets the title Defiler, would use his powerful will to drive the demonic masses in acts of violence and barbarism. He would draw out and temper the furious strength of all who served under them, remaking them into a weapon of annihilation. Under the Eredar's leadership, the ranks of the Burning Legion swelled with new demonic races gathered from the twisting nether and the worlds of the Great Dark. Archimonde empowered the monstrous Pit Lords, conscripting them to serve as living siege engines. They would inspire dread in all whom they faced, and the Moarg, a highly resourceful, industrious race of demons, became the armorers. They would forge fell-infused weaponry and constructs to besiege the worlds of the cosmos. Kil'jaeden also brought in the devious succubi to infiltrate prospective worlds for conquest, to gather intelligence about their civilizations, and the brutal Doomguard, demon warriors of unsurpassed strength and cruelty, fought as shock troops. The zealous Shivara became the Legion's foremost mystics and survivors. Holy crap. They fostered a fanatical loyalty to Sargeras. These wicked creatures, among many others, bolstered the might of the Legion. Pleased with his burgeoning forces, Sargeras launched the demons into the Great Dark, renewing his burning crusade with a vengeance. In the ages to come, the Legion would scour countless worlds and civilizations from existence. Valen's rejection of Sargeras' grand vision and his subsequent escape from Kil'jaeden enraged the man. Even though the Draenei had vanished without a trace, the Deceiver vowed he would never stop hunting them. He was bent on vengeance for what he perceived as Valen's betrayal. So you can't quite see this picture. Sorry. Actually, no, hang on. Let me see if I can go ahead and do a couple things here really quick. Illusion shattered! Gotta do it at an angle. Wait, the large creature you're seeing kind of up here, that is an Annihilan, a Pit Lord. And as you can see, there's quite a lot of forces down there amongst his legion that he's lunging there. I'm not sure yet, Zoan. They haven't really covered the difference between natural and artificial. They have actually mentioned the difference between natural and artificial demons. But they haven't really covered it yet. Ugh. This is a really cool picture. This is a much cooler picture than the previous one. See you around, Fallout. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Sargeras, the last embers of the... I'm not sure, Zoan. Last embers of the Pantheon's power clung to life. Although Sargeras had destroyed the Titan's physical forms, Norgannon's grand spellwork had preserved their souls. Like I said. The disembodied Titan spirits hurtled through the great dark toward... Oh my god. Oh my god. This is bad. This is much worse than I assumed it was. Okay. Although Sargeras had... I'm sorry, I just read the whole page. I actually read very quickly when I'm not reading out loud. So I just read the whole page really quick, and holy crap. Although Sargeras had destroyed the Titan's physical forms, Norgannon's grand spellwork had preserved their souls. The disembodied Titan spirits hurtled through the great dark towards Azeroth. There, the Pantheon hoped they could locate physical forms to inhabit, for if they couldn't, the Titans feared their weakened spirits would fade into oblivion. Upon reaching Azeroth, the depleted spirits slammed into their keepers, who had been crafted by the Pantheon's own hands. The keepers were immediately overwhelmed as the Titans' powers flared in their minds. They witnessed fragmented memories of distant worlds, lifetimes never lived, wonders never seen. But just as quickly as it had come, it dimmed. The Keepers, retaining their original personalities, puzzled over the strange phenomenon. They knew they had been gifted with a portion of the Pantheon's power, but they were unaware that the last remnants of their own makers were in their very bodies. The bewildered servants called out to the Pantheon for answers, but received no reply. The deep silence troubled the Keepers, and they sank into a long period of confusion and unease. Yogg-Saron, imprisoned beneath Ulduar, sensed these fluctuating emotions, and the Eons sensed the ordering. Bingo, Hylisk. And the Eons sensed the ordering of Azeroth. A sharp awareness had begun to stir within the entity. Yogg-Saron had devised a plan to weaken its jailers and escape imprisonment. It would corrupt the Forge of Wills, tainting its creation matrix with a malady he called the Curse of Flesh. Any Titan Forged created by the machine thereafter would fall victim to this affliction. Some would even spread it to previous generations of Titanforged. The curse of flesh would gradually transform many of these servants into mortal beings of flesh and blood, who the cunning being knew could be easily killed. To implement this plan, Yogg-Saron turned to Keeper Loken. Out of the Ulduar's guardians, Loken had been the most troubled by the Pantheon's silence. Yogg-Saron assailed the Keeper through fevered dreams, stoking the cold fires of his despair. Yet even in his disturbed state, Loken resisted the whispering of his mind. Ultimately, his downfall would come from a much subtler place. As Loken drifted deeper and deeper into despair, he sought comfort from a Vrykul named Sif, the mate of his brother, Thorim. Loken would often meet with Sif in private, telling her of his darkest fears. In time, a forbidden love blossomed between the two Titanforged. Yogg-Saron latched onto Loken's love for Sif and twisted it into obsession. The relationship quickly soured due to Loken's increasingly compulsive behavior. More and more talk of openly professing their love for each other, an act that Sif vehemently opposed. She knew that if Thorim discovered the affair, it would shatter the Keeper's unity. Ultimately, she broke all ties with Loken, demanding he leave her in peace. The thought of Sif losing Sif drove Loken to madness, and in a fit of anger and jealousy, he lashed out and killed her. Though racked by guilt, he could not bring himself to tell Thorim of what he had done. Loken scrambled for a way to cover up Sif's death. It was in this time of need her spirit appeared before his eyes. Oh, no. Much to Loken's surprise, the visage of Sif forgave him. She warned him of the need to act with haste, lest Thorim learn of the truth. If he did, the Titanforged would descend into civil war, and every pledge Loken had made to the Pantheon would be broken. Sif's suggestion struck Loken as devious, a characteristic he had never known her to possess. He sensed something strange in her spirit, subtle darkness, but yet discernible. But Loken's fear clouded his judgment, and he pushed away his doubts. On Sif's guidance, Loken dragged her corpse into the frigid waste of the Storm Peaks. He informed Thorim of his wife's demise, and convinced the Keeper that Arngrim, king of the Ice Giants, was to blame. The grief-stricken Thorin unleashed his unbridled fury, slaying Arngrim and many of his followers. This event ignited a catastrophic war between Thorim's Storm Giant and Arngrim's Ice Giants. Sif's spirit continued aiding Loken as the conflict raged, her guidance becoming more extreme and worrisome, forcing Loken to forge ahead. She convinced him to build an army of his own using the Forge of Wills, one large enough to protect Ulduar from the depredations of the warring giants. Loken was even persuaded to punish his brother for starting the war. He berated Thorim for letting anger rule his emotions and for creating such a terrible rift between the Titanforged. Loken further admonished his brother, claiming that Sif herself would look upon him in shame if only she could see the things he had done in her name. This bitter condemnation threw Thorim into deep depression. Overcome with regret, he abandoned Ulduar and languished in solitude. With Thorim in isolation, Loken used his newly forged army to overwhelm the giants and end their conflict. All who resisted were locked away in stasis chambers. But as these battles progressed, Loken noticed something unsettling amongst his warriors, a dark affliction in their spirits. Loken called to Sif for advice, but this time she remained silent. Dread overtook the Keeper as he finally realized her spirit did not exist at all. She was an illusion created by Yogg-Saron. Though Loken did not know it, the false spirit of Sif had also tainted the Forge of Wills while the Keeper was creating his army. Yogg-Saron's curse of flesh had taken root in the heart of the machine's creation matrix. Loken had, in his selfishness, allowed Yogg-Saron to play him as a pawn. This discovery shattered the last vestiges of Loken's heart. He became obsessed with keeping his transgressions a secret, even if it meant embracing Yogg-Saron. With such might at his command, he knew he could defeat the remaining Keepers and destroy all evidence of his wrongdoing. By the way, this is how Thorim reacted when he found out his wife was dead. That's his wife he's carrying there. Yeah, no kidding, Hylas. I bet the Legion themselves are shocked at how resilient we've been, too. In order to defeat the other Keepers, Loken realized he would have to first neutralize Odin and the Valyar, but a direct attack against their floating citadels, the Halls of Valor, would be impossible. Instead, he took a more insidious approach. He reached out to Helya. For millennia, Helya had dutifully followed Odin's commands, transporting the spirits of the slain Vrykul to the Halls of Valor. Yet even while she did so, Helya nursed the cold anger that stirred in her phantom heart. She had never forgiven Odin for turning her into a Valkyr against her will. Helya dreamed of a day when she might avenge what he had done to her and the others who had been transformed into Valkyr. Yeah, no kidding, Darsh. Oop, hang on, we're almost out of music here. Why don't we go to something that we know fits everything, shall we? Just real quick. There we go. See if the chat server's up yet. It's been broken all day. It's kind of crazy. Gotta wait for someone to say something really quick. Say something! Say something! No, okay. Helya dreamed of a day when she might avenge what had been done to her and others who had been transformed into Valkyr. Loken called out to Helya and played on her simmering anger and feelings of betrayal. He promised he would break the chains of servitude that bound her to Odin's will. In exchange, she would seal off the Halls of Valor from the world forever. Thereafter, Helya could usurp Odin's role as caretaker of all the Vrykul. Enticed by this chance to satiate her appetite for revenge, she agreed to Loken's plans. After Loken restored her free will, Helya called in the same power she had used to secure the elemental planes in ages past. She bent the latent arcane energy swirling around Azeroth to her command, sealing off the halls of Valor and the inhabitants within. Odin and his mighty Valyar struggled desperately to escape their floating citadel, but they could not break the barrier Helya had created. There the Valyar and the Keeper would remain trapped within the golden corridors of the Hall of Valor until the Burning Legion expansion. That's a good question, Zuan. Not sure yet. Helya, now liberated from her life of servitude, forged a new home for herself and the other Valkyr. She created this enchanted refuge far below the Halls of Valor, binding it to Azeroth's great seas. The ocean mist soon coiled up to envelop Helya's domain and shroud it from sight. Known as Helheim, this realm would be the final destination for many Vrykul spirits after death. Quick aside, the Guardians of Shadow. Not all of Valkyr continued to follow Helya after Odin's defeat. Some of these spectral beings disappeared into the Shadowlands. The few who retained a glimmer of nobility in their souls dedicated themselves to watching over the physical world. From within the Shadowlands, these Valkyr would at times guide the dead back to the land of the living. Confirmed. I can't think what they're called all of a sudden. The things you encounter when you die in-game are in fact Valkyr. We've been suspecting that for a really long time. But, yeah. Hey, Randon. What's up? No, Last XL. That was me adding that in. Apparently he's the one. Which doesn't surprise me that much, actually. We kind of are... Spirit Healers, thank you. We kind of already knew that thanks to Ra-Den. Yet the darkness that had long festered in Helya's heart transformed Helheim into a place of nightmare and shadow. The souls of dead Vrykul who arrived there found themselves turned into vengeful, wraith-like beings. These cursed spirits were forever known as Kvaldir, the sea-rotting seaweed Vrykul we encountered on Northrend. They became one with the ocean mists, bound to the ebb and flow of the tides. The eternal fire of malice and anguish that burned in their souls would drive the Kvaldir to raid and plunder the shores of Kalimdor for all of eternity. With Odin and his Valyar sealed away, Loken returned to Ulduar. He believed he now had ample time to orchestrate the downfall of the other keepers, but he discovered a new threat to his plan. Mimiron had been investigating the strange anomalies in the new Titan Forged. The brilliant keeper suspected that some malfunction within the Forge of Wills was to blame. Before he could pursue this theory, Loken sabotaged the keeper's workshop, killing Mimiron in what appeared to be a tragic accident. Mimiron, however, was not completely dead. Mimiron's faithful mechanomes discovered that their master's spirit lived on. They scrambled to build a giant mechanized body to hold his fading soul. This heroic act saved Mimiron, but he was never the same again. His brush with death had crushed his mind. He secluded himself in Ulduar's vast workshops, spending his days lost in the inner workings of his own clockwork inventions. Knowing Mimiron's fate would raise suspicion among the other keepers, Loken dispatched his army to neutralize his remaining brethren. First, Loken confronted Freya at her domain within the Storm Peaks, the Temple of Life. The battle raged between the two keepers and their followers, sundering the temple and bleeding its precious life energies dry. Freya struggled valiantly against her foes, but ultimately fell to Loken and the powers Yogg-Saron had granted him. Yogg-Saron seized on Freya in her weakened state, enthralling her spirit. The old god compelled the broken Freya to withdraw into the halls of Ulduar, where she would spend her forlorn days tending to a sprawling garden, the heart of the fortress. As Loken confronted Freya, another of his Titanforged waged war on the mighty keeper Hodir in his lair, Temple of Winter. Two fire titans, Ignis and Vulcan, led the assault. They enveloped the temple in blistering infernos, sapping his wintry strength and decimating his icy followers. Loken later arrived to subdue Hodir personally, a task he completed with ease. Just as he had done with Freya, Yogg-Saron warped Hodir's mind. The entity forced the keeper to retreat into a frigid chamber within Ulduar, where he would remain in seclusion for millennia. Two of the remaining keepers, Tyr and Arcades, did not fall victim to Loken's schemes. Tyr had long suspected a darkness within the fallen keeper. A suspicion was confirmed when he witnessed Loken's attack on Hodir. Yet Tyr was in no position to confront Loken directly. Throngs of the fallen keeper's loyal Titanforge stalked to the Storm Peaks and the halls of Ulduar. Knowing he had little chance against this army, Tyr took Arcades and their close friend, a Titanforged giantess named Ironja, to the outskirts of the Storm Peaks. Among the cliffs, they waited and watched Loken's schemes unfold, planning their next move. Hands up, who remembers Ironja? Or Ironja, if you prefer. I've always pronounced it Ironja. Loken dispatched his forces to hunt down Tyr and his companions. These Titanforged scoured the mountains and caves of the Storm Peaks, but they never found their prey. Believing that Tyr and his allies had fled, Loken asserted sole dominion over Ulduar. He altered the machines within the fortress and used them to anoint himself the new Prime Designate of Azeroth. He also disabled the tainted Forge of Wills and banished many of his servants to the Storm Peaks. Thereafter he sealed off the sprawling fortress of Ulduar. Loken languished in regret within Ulduar's silent halls. Despite everything he accomplished, he was ever fearful the Pantheon or their appointed watcher, Algalon, would someday return to Azeroth. If that happened, they would discover Loken's horrific crimes and punish him. But in truth, the greatest threat was right beneath his own feet. No longer under the watchful eyes of the jailers, Yogg-Saron began to stir and free itself. As he dealt with the other keepers, Loken had always expected Ra would emerge from the southern reaches of Kalimdor to investigate the goings-on of Ulduar. This is something we haven't talked about yet in the lore run, because it's related to Pandaria, if I'm not mistaken. This also could be related to Oldham. I'm not really sure yet. We'll find out. But much to Loken's surprise, the High Keeper remained silent throughout these world-altering events. Overcome with curiosity, Loken dispatched a contingent of his army to the distant bastion of Oldham to investigate Ra's activities. These Titanforged agents never found the missing High Keeper, but did learn from the local Mogu, Tolvir, and Anubisoth that Ra had simply vanished. These meetings would have lasting impact. In journeying south, Loken's forces had unwittingly spread the curse of flesh across many of Ra's faithful servants. Unbeknownst to Loken and the Titanforged, Ra had experienced a revelation, one so terrible it had driven him to seclusion. When the Pantheon's power and memories had been infused in its keepers, Ra had reeled in confusion like his siblings. Over time, however, he would conclude this event was more than a mere anomaly. The influx of power was the last remnant of the Pantheon's spirits. Ra struggled to accept the fact that the Pantheon had fallen. He extracted the lingering power of Aman'Thul from himself and carefully stored it in a mountain vault near what would become known as the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. There the High Keeper hoped to preserve what was left of his beloved Titan creator. Ra then retreated deep into the catacombs beneath the land to meditate upon what he had learned. With the Sky Keeper gone, the loyal Titanforge developed new cultures, wholly distinct of the northern kin. Most of the Tol'vir congregated around Oldham, making the fortress their home. To the west, the Anuba South continued their charge of watching over Cthulhu, and the Mogu remained in the east, guarding Titan-forged vaults and machineries beneath the earth. For many ages after Loken's betrayal, the Titan-forged who were exiled from Ulduar spread across northern Kalimdor. The lumbering giants trickled into mountains and seas, disappearing from sight. The Earthen tunneled into deep places of the world, where they fought for dominance against a race of brutish and misshapen creatures known as Trogs. Many of the Vrykul remained above ground, congregating into small clans. Some of these factions wandered in the harsh northern landscape as nomads. Others established dwellings across the forested tundra of the region. A tenuous peace existed between the various groups of the Titanforged, but it could not last. In time, malign forces moved to assert dominion over the lands once protected by the Keepers. Among these forces were two of Loken's own creations, the brutish fire giants, Vulcan and Ignis. Vulcan and Ignis saw the storm peaks surrounding Ulduar as a land ripe for conquest, yet to seize the region, they required an army. To this end, the giants turned to the fierce winter-scorn Vrykul. Although many Vrykul were warlike in nature, most avoided direct confrontation with each other. The war-scorn were the exception. These Vrykul had developed a culture of violence and aggression, due in large part to their belief they would one day ascend to the halls of valor. They thrived on conflict, whether it was beneath their own clans or other groups of Titan-forged. Vulcan and Ignis took control of the Winter-scorn forces by force, and stoked the fires of their battle lust. The giants forged the metal hides of the Vrykul with enchanted armor. Vulcan and Ignis also forged powerful weapons designed to shatter the iron and stone skin of the other Titan-forged. But just as this new army embarked on its great conquest, anomalies began to appear amongst the Winterscorn. The Vrykul's metallic skin became brittle and weak, the first signs of the curse of flesh. Despite this setback, Vulcan and Ignis had no intention of abandoning their campaign. They also knew they could no longer rely on the Winterscorn alone to achieve victory. To strengthen the army, they began forging powerful molten golems and iron constructs of their own design. The massive Winterscorn army marched first against the good-natured Earthen, storming their underground lairs. The Earthen were utterly prepared to face an overwhelming and organized force. The entire caverns were massacred to the last living creature. A small group of survivors escaped the onslaught and sought the help of Tyr, Arcades, and Ironya, who had thus far eluded Loken's wrath. Incensed by what they learned, Tyr and his companions immediately journeyed to the Earthen's cavernous home to aid the beleaguered? I don't know how to pronounce that word. The doomed Titanforged. Tyr himself led the bravest of the Earthen in skirmishes with the Winterscorn, while Arcades and Ironya constructed defenses to ward off future attacks. In time, the Earthen and their allies drove back the Winterscorn. Although their attempts to conquer the Storm Peaks had failed, Vulcan and Ignis did not conclude defeat. They returned to their blistering forges and created a new army, one even greater than before. Not satisfied with golems and constructs alone, Vulcan and Ignis crafted enchanted giant snares, which were used to enslave entire flights of proto-dragons. Beleaguered? God, that's a weird word. These creatures would serve not as mounts, but as beasts of war. The giants outfitted their winged servants with fiery weapons to strike terror into the hearts of the Earthen. The Winterscorn's next brutal assault shattered the Earthen's defenses and drove them from their refuge. The Earthen scattered across the icy mountain passes, but they could not escape their foes. Vrykul and golems hunted the Earthen on the ground, while proto-dragons assailed them from the skies. Even Tyr, Arcades, and Ironya were forced to flee from the Winterscorn fury. Knowing he and his allies could not defeat the Winterscorn alone, Tyr called upon the 5 dragon aspects, who, what the hell have they been doing this whole time? The noble aspects grew enraged upon seeing so many dead Titanforged. Their fury only deepened when they learned that proto-dragons had been enslaved. Without hesitation, the aspects took wing and unleashed their power on the Winterscorn ranks. Much as they had done with the fight against Galakrond, the aspects worked in unison to overwhelm the Vrykul army. Alexstrasza held the Winterscorn at bay with towering walls of enchanted fire. Malygos drained the magical essence that fueled the constructs and golems, rendering them useless, and shattered the enchanting snares that bound the proto-dragons, setting the beasts free. Naltharion raised mountains from the earth to corral and contain the Vrykul and their giant masters. And lastly, Ysera and Nozdormu combined their powers to create a spell that would bring a decisive end to the conflict. They enveloped the Winterscorn in a cloying mist that caused the Titan Forged to fall asleep. These incapacitated creatures were then locked away in tomb cities across northern Kalimdor. They would not know the peaceful sleep of the Emerald Dream. Rather, they would languish in unconscious slumber for thousands and thousands of years. In the millennia to come, the Curse of Flesh would continue warping the Winterscorn Vrykul. When they would eventually awake, every one of them would discover they had degenerated into mortal creatures of flesh and blood. Quick aside. Trogs. Following the war with the old gods, the Keepers used the Forge of Wills to create new Titan Forge to help them reshape the world. Yet their design proved too complex and over-ambitious. Rather than making the perfect servants, they had created stone-skinned savages known as Trogs. The Keepers quickly refined and perfected their designs. The next generation of Titan Forge to emerge would be known as the Earthen. The Keepers were troubled by the Trogs, but they could not bear to destroy them. Instead, Ironya built a massive subterranean vault known as Uldamon that would act as a stasis chamber for the Trogs. Some of them escaped imprisonment and wandered the newly ordered world, and some of them found their way into the elemental plane of Earth, Deepholm. So, we now definitively know of the two stories of the origins of Trogs, one of them was actually correct. It was the one about them being failed creations, not a twist and mutation. This chapter is called The Discs of Norgannon. Where are we at right now? Oh, that's kind of terrifying. Holy crap. Holy crap. Okay. With the Winterscorn defeated, Keeper Tyr turned at long last his attention to Loken. So long as Ulduar remained sealed off and Titan Forge divided, more conflicts would arise. Tyr grimly concluded that unless he took action against Loken, Azeroth would descend into war. But overthrowing Loken would require years of preparation. Tyr and his allies, Arcades and Ironya, concluded they would first need to gather intelligence on Loken and his activities. To this end, they formulated a plan to steal the discs of Norgannon from the hearts of Ulduar. The relics had been recording everything that had transpired on Azeroth, including Loken's betrayal. If there was any hope of undoing the damage caused by his schemes, it would be through careful study of his actions. Having devised a ruse to claim the discs, Tyr traveled to the gates of Ulduar itself. There he called on Loken to relinquish control of Ulduar for the good of Azeroth, threatening dire consequences if he refused. Loken emerged from the fortress to convince Tyr that less drastic measures would suffice. A fierce argument erupted between the two, which is exactly what Tyr had hoped. While Loken was distracted, Arcades and Ironya infiltrated Ulduar and stole the discs of Norgannon. Once they had secured the artifacts, Tyr and his companions escaped back into the icy crags of the Storm Peaks. They knew that Loken would soon hunt them down. Thus they began to journey south, where they'd hoped to find refuge for their next move. Before setting out, Tyr and his allies gathered large numbers of Titan Forged who dwelled amongst Ulduar. A large group of peaceful Vrykul afflicted by the Curse of Flesh, most of the surviving Earthen, and many of the Mechanomes agreed to take part of the journey. Humans, dwarves, gnomes. Tyr, Arcades, and Ironya saw these Titan Forged as innocent victims of Loken's treachery, and they promised to secure them as a sanctuary before liberating. That's correct, Jemke. Before liberating Ulduar. The refugees traveled for many weeks, believing they had eluded Loken. When Loken learned the discs of Norgannon were missing, panic seized him. If Tyr and his allies presented the artifacts to Algalon or the Pantheon, his life would be forfeit. Out of desperation, he turned to the only creatures he knew were mighty enough to stop Tyr and recover the discs, the ancient Cathraxi monstrosities, Zakaj and Kithix. Zakaj and Kithix had served the Black Empire's most ruthless and cunning Cathraxi generals. Long ago, the Keepers had sealed them, along with many other Naraki, away in underground chambers alongside the Old Gods. With considerable effort, Loken excavated the Cathraxi and roused Zakaz and Kithix to life. He ordered the colossal abominations to kill Tyr and all who followed him. Hey, Bregman. Sensing the lingering touch of Yogg-Saron in Loken's mind, the two Cathraxi readily obeyed. Far to the south, in a tranquil and temperate glade, Zakaj and Kithix overtook the fleeing keepers and their followers. Fearing for his allies' lives, Tyr ordered Arcades and Ironia to lead the rest of the Titan Forged further south. Meanwhile, he would hold off Cathraxi for as long as possible. Only the barest shadow of Agramar's power lingered within Tyr's iron form, but the Titan's noble spirit had not flagged. Tyr would not retreat, not when the lives of innocents were at stake. As he grappled with the Cathraxi, torrents of both arcane and shadow energy ripped through the once peaceful glade. The violent struggle between the lone keeper and the Cathraxi raged for 6 days and nights, and through it all Tyr never gave ground, but neither did his foes. As fatigue set in, Tyr resolved to sacrifice himself to protect his friends. He unleashed all his remaining power on the Cathraxi, expending his life force in a blinding explosion of energy that shook the bones of the world. To the south, Arcades and Ironia watched as the eruption of magic flared across the horizon. After the volatile energies subsided, the two Titan-Forged ventured back to the battle site. There, within a giant crater crackling with energy, they found the lifeless bodies of Tyr and Zakaj. Despite facing hopeless odds, the Keeper of Justice had nearly killed both Cathraxi. The survivor, Kithix, had only narrowly escaped Tyr's vengeful onslaught. The severely wounded Cathrax had blindly fled to the west and would not be seen again for thousands of years. In honor of her fallen comrade, Ironia named the glade surrounding the crater Tyr's Fall, which in the Vrykul tongue translates to Tyrsifal. She and her followers buried Tyr and his foe where they lay. They laid Tyr's massive silver fist upon his final resting place as a memorial to his valiant sacrifice. Although all of the refugees would carry on the story of Tyr's noble sacrifice, the Vrykul in particular felt compelled to do something more. They were so moved by the Keeper's deed, they decided to settle at the battle site and stand vigil over Tyr's grave until the end of their days. Arcades and Ironia honored the Vrykul's wishes to settle the land of Tyrsifal. The Keeper and Giantess continued south with the Earthen and the Mechanomes in tow. They eventually stopped at the easternmost Titan-Forged vault on Kalimdor, Uldaman. Arcades and Ironia expanded the site, carving out new chambers to hold the discs of Norganon, and vowing to protect the history of Azeroth with their lives if need be. As the years passed, the Earthen exhibited signs of the curse of flesh. Many of these Titan-Forged feared the effects would only get worse. They asked to be placed in hibernation until a cure could be found. Arcades promised to rouse them at some time in the future, and sealed his Earthen followers within Uldaman's vast subterranean vaults. The Mechanomes, however, remained awake. Even though they knew the curse would one day overtake them, they vowed to watch over Uldaman and maintain its wondrous machines. The mortals who would one day inhabit the area of Tyrsifal would feel two conflicting energies emanating from the earth, the remaining spiritual essence of the Keeper of Tyr and that of his enemy Zakaj. Some would tap into Tyr's energies, others would become attuned to Cathrax's dark aura. And this is Tyr's corpse, I suppose is the best word to use here. Oh, God, you can barely tell. This is his hand reaching up into the sky here with the Vrykul down below. I'm just going to stop trying to show off pictures. It's too bright. In distant Ulduar, Loken became desperate upon learning that his Cathraxi had failed to kill his foes. He assumed that with the mighty Tyr dead, Arcades and Ironia would not attempt a direct assault upon Ulduar. But the discs of Norganon still posed a threat to him. Stealing or destroying the artifacts was no longer an option. Arcades and Ironia could easily seal off Uldaman from intruders. Instead, Loken attempted to replace the discs of Norganon with an archive of his own device. Once he dubbed the Tribunal of Ages, he adjusted historical events contained in this repository to his liking and expunged his sins from the record. Though he assumed he had been successful, the archive proved flawed. The histories stored within were warped even beyond Loken's understanding. Interesting. Hey, Dutch. Loken then took one final drastic measure to prevent retribution from Arcades and Ironia. He believed that his enemies would eventually summon the Constellar, Algalon. To stop this, Loken altered the Titan communication devices in Ulduar. This ensured no living creature would be able to contact Algalon. Only Loken's own death would draw the Constellar to Azeroth. The Fallen Keeper assumed that his demise would come at the hands of Arcades and Ironia. If so, he was confident Algalon would take revenge for him by wiping out every living creature on Azeroth's surface. Meanwhile, well, with the Winterscorn asleep in their deep vaults and the Earthen sealed within Uldaman, the remaining Vrykul clans dominated northern Kalimdor. Over the course of eons, their disparate cultures flourished in unique ways. They developed their own identities and customs and spread across the unforgiving north. One of the mightiest clans was the Dragonflayer. Like the Winterscorn, these Vrykul found their iron hides were gradually turning to flesh over time. Initially, the clan leaders sought to balance out their diminishing strength by enslaving ancient proto-dragons, just as the Winterscorn had done before. But unlike the Winterscorn, the Dragonflayers did not see the proto-dragons as mere beasts of war. They used fearsome drakes as hunting companions and rode them as battle mounts. Over time, the proto-dragons became an inseparable part of the clan's culture. They were also a necessary weapon against the Vrykul's mortal enemy, a fierce race of bearmen called Yalgar, Furbogs. Under King Yimmeron, the Dragonflayer clan finally gained upper hand against its foes, and in a coordinated offensive, the Vrykul attacked and drove the Furbog into Kalimdor's lush central forests. Yet on the heels of this victory, tragedy struck. The curse of flesh took another turn. Dragonflayer women began giving birth to small, malformed children, a development that spread fear and superstition among the clan. Some of the Vrykul even blamed Yimmeron for the affliction, but the king had his own belief about who was responsible. In his mind, the mythical Keepers were behind the curse. The Keepers, many of whom viewed the Vrykul... The Keepers, whom many Vrykul viewed as their godlike creators, had not been seen or heard in generations. Yimmeron convinced his people to renounce the silent and aloof Keepers who had abandoned them to the curse of flesh, and he promised to unite all Vrykul under his banner. As his first decree, Yimmeron ordered his followers to cleanse the clan by destroying all the malformed infants. Many of the Dragonflayers obeyed Yimmeron's brutal orders, but some, however, could not bring themselves to murder innocent children. They sought to hide their stunted offspring in a place of legend, far to the south, where a lost clan of Vrykul was said to have journeyed with Tyr, Arcades, and Ironia. A number of Dragonflayers ventured south, taking their diminutive newborns in search of this fairy tale refuge. Most were never heard from again, but others did find their way, and with heavy hearts they left their sons and daughters in the care of the Vrykul who inhabited Tirsifal. In the ages that followed, the afflicted children and their offspring would continue degenerating into the mortal beings called humans. Many of the other Titan-forged, Mechanomes, Tolvir, Mogu, giants, would all suffer a similar fate. Very few of the Keeper's servants would fight off the affliction. Just as Yogg-Saron had hoped, the curse of flesh would weaken the Titan-forged, but it also would give rise to mortal qualities, something the old god had never actually anticipated: courage, resolve, heroism. This is actually kind of cool. Unaware that these potential traits would one day shape the fate of the world, Yogg-Saron and the other old gods focused on escaping their prison. Freedom, however, would take millennia to attain. For now, immediate dangers stirred in the lush heart of Kalimdor. A new power, a savage native race born in the early ages of the world, was on the rise. They called themselves Trolls, and it would not be long before they learned of the malignant entities imprisoned beneath the earth. So, we kind of called this one. Hylisk, if you're there, you especially mentioned this as well. The idea that one of the biggest reasons why we have the ability to resist the Old God and the Legion is because we are so chaotic. Chaos allows for unpredictable results, right? So, the Titans are completely orderly. They act in behaved, logical manners, as do the Titans' overall creations. The curse of flesh engendered chaos within us, allowing us to do things elsewise. There's a little aside here. The Dragon Flayers struggled to purge themselves of the curse of flesh in many ways, but despite their efforts, they would remain addled and weakened by the affliction. Eventually, they would all place themselves in hibernation in hopes of starving off the curse of flesh. Now, this is a gorgeous picture. This, I really wish you could see this in all its detail. This is Kalimdor, under the Night Elves. There we go, let's make it more even. There we go. I should lower my voice volume because I'm like right next to the mic. Sorry, guys. That is absolutely gorgeous looking. Holy crap. There's a lot of detail here, too. This looks just absolutely brilliant. I'm sorry. This is brilliant. Oh, hey. We've never seen this before. This is Zuldazar. See this right here? I know it's really hard to see and, you know, blah, 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 but this is the troll capital. The original troll capital. Hey, we finally have a date. Every single one of these entries hasn't actually listed time, but this one finally gives us a timeline. 16,000 years. Negative 16,000. For those of you not aware, the timeline of Warcraft has always followed that Warcraft 1 happens at year 0. When the Dark Portal is opened, when the demonic horde first came through, that's year 0. So everything before is referenced in negative, and everything after is referenced in positive. It's actually the same thing Star Wars does. Everything, timeline-wise in Star Wars, is before the Battle of Yavin or after the Battle of Yavin, with Battle of Yavin being at year 0. So, quick note. I have to add another I was wrong counter here. See, I was always under the assumption that Tyr had gathered together the afflicted Vrykul of the Dragonflayer tribe, Ymmeron's people, and journeyed south with them to settle into Tirsafal, or Tyr's Fall. I didn't actually know that he did that quite some time before, and then later on, some Vrykul independently came down and joined the Vrykul who had joined him. So I didn't know that those were two distinct events. So I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly, Hylisk. I love that. I love that irony. Ugh. Yes, what Samurai just linked is the picture I was just trying to show you. Drink it in. It looks great. I've always liked the gentleman who does this art. Hang on, let me look up his name real quick. It's right at the beginning of the book. Peter C. Lee. He's a great artist. He's done some great stuff over the years. And he has done some amazing work in here. Just absolutely amazing work in here. Holy crap. Wait a minute. That's the Broken Isles. And there's the Wandering Isle. Oh my god, there's the South Seas. I think this might actually be a complete map of Azeroth. Holy crap. We've never had a complete map of Azeroth. Literally never. Yeah, there's Kulturos. Huh. That's actually really cool. I hope there's like a detailed, labeled version of that somewhere. Oh, there is! There frickin' is! Dude! Hang on. Where's the thing? Look! An actual labeled full map of Azeroth. Finally! We have never had this. I'm yelling into the mic again, I'm sorry. We've never had this. Okay, I'm going to try and showcase what I'm looking at here, okay? Let's get this like this. Can you see this relatively? You can kind of see the general formation. So, of course, Northrend, Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdoms, and down here is Pandaria, right? There's Kazan, right there. This is actually the South Sea area right here. This island right here, this is Zandalar. Up here is, of course, the Broken Isles. Over here is the Wandering Isle. Hang on. Najatar is apparently under the Maelstrom, as we've been assuming for some time. There's also names for each of the seas here. There's the Thundering Isle. Hang on, what else am I missing here? I think that's actually it, but still. This is literally the first function. Oh, and here's the Undermine. This is the Undermine right here. A little more to the west than I thought it was. So, I hope this means this is finally the whole world, because if it isn't, I'm going to have some egg on my face, aren't I? Yes, Najatar, a.k.a. Kingdom of the Naga. There's Kulturas, while we're on the subject, over here. Exactly where it should be. And there's Tol Barad. So according to this map, Tol Barad is like just northwest of Kulturas. Let me pull up something. Aha! Perfect. Oh yeah, cause so look at that first image that Samurai, thank you Hylas, just linked. You can actually see Kulturas off of the shores of Dunmarog down there on the Eastern Kingdoms. It's the larger island, and then you see two smaller islands just northwest of that. Those two smaller islands are Tol Barad. So yes, this is what I'm looking at here. Illidan's betrayal. Whatever. Illidan saving the world, you mean? Oh my god. So, as I've pointed out, every so often there's just another map that's being showcased. This is me skipping forward a bit, but you see this? The giant purple section? That's the Night Elf Empire. That's how widespread they were. Kind of crazy when you think about that. Alright. Back. Back. All the way back to the Empire of Zul and the awakening of the Akir. 16,000 years before year negative 16,000, basically. For generation after generation, life bloomed across the ordered world of Azeroth. Nowhere was this more evident than the dense woodlands around the Well of Eternity. The font of Azeroth's arcane lifeblood accelerated the cycle of growth and rebirth. Before long, sentient life evolved from the land's most primitive forms. Okay, this is it. We might find out who the original sentient beings are. We always knew it was trolls, or was one of the originals. In fact, if you're paying attention at this point, there's only been one other race that's even debatably precedes the trolls here, and that's the proto-dragons. And as we've already pointed out, proto-dragons weren't actually intelligent until the Keepers modified them. So that makes the trolls the first... Oh, no, the Furbog were there too. So that makes the Furbog and the trolls original species so far. Those are the two we've confirmed. So we can add Furbogs to the list officially now. So, among the first and most prolific were the trolls, a race of savage hunter-gatherers who flourished in Azeroth's jungles and forests. Although the trolls were only of average intelligence, they had incredible agility and strength. Their unique physiology allowed them to recover from physical injuries at great rate, and over long periods of time could even regenerate long limbs. Hang on, Darch, we're not there yet. If I see any more, I'll point them out, because I'll be reading them, and you'll hear me say it. The trolls developed a wide array of superstitious customs. Some practiced cannibalisms, some devoted themselves to warfare. A rare few sought knowledge and mystical practices of meditation. Still others honed their ties to the dark and powerful form of magic known as voodoo. Yet no matter what the individual customs, all trolls shared a common religion that revolved around Kalimdor's elusive wild gods, which they called Loa. Totally freaking called it. What do you mean, Zoan? I don't understand your sentence. Anyways. Apparently, Magister. Due to their reverence with the Loa, the troll gathered near a series of peaks and plateaus in southern Kalimdor. This was home to many of their honored Loa. The trolls gave the holy mountain the name of Zandalar, and they soon built a small encampment on its slopes. The most powerful group of trolls were the Zandalar tribe. Its members claimed nearly all of Zandalar's tallest plateaus, believing them sacred ground. Atop the highest peaks, they constructed a small cluster of crude shrines, and in time, these grew into the bustling city that I just showed you, as known as Zuldazar. Oh, gotcha. Oh, jeez, this is long. Hang on. Urgh! The problem is I don't have an ideal lighting setup right now. I'm actually going off of something cheap that I threw together for this. Until I'm set up in my new place, so... Over the next several centuries, other tribes rose to challenge Zandalari for territory and power. The most notable of these were the Gurabashi, the Amani, and the Drakari. The Gurabashi and Amani in particular laid claim to enormous swaths of land in Kalimdor's lush jungles and woods. On occasion, tribes clashed over hunting grounds, but major conflicts were few and rarely lengthy. Trolls were such skilled and fierce fighters that any real conflict would cost both sides dearly. Untouched land was plentiful in all directions, and the various tribes quickly learned it was wiser to resettle than risk war. Only one place was forbidden by the tribe's witch doctors and priests, a small mound of blackened stone at the base of the Zandalar Mountains. The Loa warned the tribe's mystics of severe consequences should they disturb the black stones, and for many years, none of the trolls dared disobey. But curiosity eventually wore out. The group of rebellious trolls plumbed into the jagged mound. They discovered the black stones were not rocks. They were the jagged hide. As soon as I'm done recording, it's one. The jagged hide of a monstrous creature. None of the powerful trolls had ever seen anything like it. Since I'm going to give up on showing you stuff, I'm just going to shrink myself again. There we go. Much better. None of the creatures had ever seen anything like it. They believed it to be an undiscovered Loa, and a powerful one at that. Considering that the other spirits were frightened of it, the troll performed vile rituals and living sacrifices to awaken the slumbering monstrosity. Roused by the blood offerings, a giant Cathraxi general emerged from its long slumber and ruthlessly slaughtered those who revived it. The trolls were unaware that this was Kithix, the being who had survived its encounter with Tyr. Gravely wounded, Kithix had fled southwest to what would become known as the Zandalar Mountains before collapsing into deep hibernation. Reeling from its presence, the ancient Loa inhabiting the area had buried Kithix beneath the earth so no other creature would disturb it. The awoken Cathrax looked upon troll civilization with contempt, for it was but a pale shadow of the Black Empire of eons past. Kithix knew it would delight the old gods to see this pitiful civilization rent to ashes. The Cathrax reached out with its mind and found a race of creatures it could control, the Akir. In the ages after the fall of the Black Empire, these insectoids had remained hidden in small warrens, tunnels beneath the ground. Kithix rallied the Akiri swarms, driving them to make war and establish their dominance over Azeroth once again. As the Cathrax expanded its power and recovered, the insectoids began building a vast subterranean empire known as Akir. Kithix patiently waited and watched as the Akiri ranks swelled in number. When the time was right, the Cathrax led the insectoids from their underground empire, and they swept across the land. The trolls' experience as hunters made them formidable foes, but the Akiri threat was unlike anything they had currently faced. The numerous smaller tribes fell before the unrelenting onslaught of the legions. As the Akir encroached perilously close to the Zandalar Mountains, the Zandalari moved to act. They unified all of the disparate troll tribes into a single force, which they called the Empire of Zul. The members of this newly forged society put aside their differences to work together to destroy the Akir. The Zandalari took on the role of commanding the troll armies. With the temple city looming up in the mountains, they could detect enemy movements and direct attacks at weak points. Under the Zandalari's guidance, the other trolls used ambush tactics in surrounding jungles to whittle down the enemy's numbers. Elsewhere, revered priests summoned Loa to assail their enemies. These ferocious wild gods joined the trolls in battle, ripping through the Akiri ranks and even wounding Kithix. The Akir were forced to retreat. In case you think I'm kidding about how damned strong the trolls are, the trolls, having never fought anything of major power before, just beat back an Akir army. I just really want to emphasize that point. You think I'm exaggerating when I'm talking about the kind of threat trolls represent. Kithix, gravely wounded by the Loa, fled to the northeast with a contingent of its closest Akiri followers. There it planned to regain its strength while the insectoids continued to wage war upon the trolls. Though they had driven the Akir away, the Zandalari knew their enemy still posed a grave threat. The insectoids, if left unchecked, would attack outlying troll territories. At the Zandalari's behest, the other tribes moved on to hunt down the Akir. The trolls quickly learned it was not enough to simply kill them. If they escaped underground, they would establish a new colony and rise up again. So to permanently end the threat, no corner of the continent was left unguarded. Thus the Zandalari convinced the most power-hungry troll factions to establish new strongholds across Azeroth. Chief amongst these were the Amani, the Gurabashi, and the Drukhari. After defeating the Akir, they could claim fresh, fertile lands for themselves without competition. That's wonderfully negotiated, I must say. The ambitious tribes readily agreed. The Drukhari pushed into the frigid north against a colony of Akir, but the trolls faced a weapon they never expected: corrupted Tol'vir. A small group of Titanforged who dwelled outside Ulduar had been captured and enthralled by the Akir. These ferocious Tol'vir, which are now known as Obsidian Destroyers, almost overpowered the Drukhari, but years of battle had shaped the tribe into cunning fighters, and they devised brilliant ways to topple and shatter their foes. The Gurabashi also encountered corrupted Titanforge. These trolls had ventured southwest. That actually... Oh yeah. Where the Akir had overrun Ahn'Qiraj, the prison complex housing Cthulhu. Upon infiltrating the stronghold, the insectoids had enslaved the Anubisath who guarded the prison. Early engagements between the Gurabashi and the Akir proved disastrous for the trolls. The insectoids and their mighty Anubisath slaughtered several of the large Gurabashi encampments. Thereafter, the Zandalari instructed Gurabashi priests to separate their tribes into smaller, more mobile raiding groups instead of large armies. This tactic allowed them to constantly harass the Akir, bleeding the insectoid armies over the period of many years. Though they never were actually able to completely wipe out the Akir, the Gurabashi eventually won uncontested control of the surrounding territory. Meanwhile, the Amani had sent out to destroy Kithix. They tracked the Cathrax's trail far to the northwestern woodlands, cutting through an unending mass of Akiri guardians, and in a savage, final battle, the entire tribe flung itself in a suicidal attack against the Kithix and his remaining minions. Only a small faction of the trolls remained, but the Cathrax fell to the trolls. Once again, trolls just beat something Tyr couldn't. Or didn't, I should say. Though the cost was high, the fearsome reputation of the Amani became legend among the other tribes. Atop the site where they had killed Kithix, the trolls established a new settlement. Hello, Raskor. It would one day grow into a sprawling temple city that would eventually be called Zulaman. With Cathrax gone, the Akir no longer fought with as much ferocity or purpose. The war between the trolls and the Akir shifted dramatically. Extermination of the Akir became the trolls' new imperative. I can't do that voice, Benoth. After many centuries of brutal fighting, the trolls shattered the Akir Empire, containing the insectoids in the far northern and far southern reaches of the continent. Central Kalimdor was permanently scoured of their presence. The surviving Akir fortified their underground colonies against further troll aggression. They showed no more interest in fighting, and in time, the trolls called themselves victorious. By the way, this actually answers a question I even brought up during the lore run. You remember how we were going through Zulaman, and I mentioned how Malakras had bound himself to a darker spirit or whatever, and there was nothing but speculation about that, about whatever it was that had empowered Malakras? There's your answer. Malakras was channeling Kithix. Without the war to bind themselves together, the troll factions grew more distant, more insular. The far-flung strongholds of their different tribes blossomed into vibrant homes, temple cities, and empires of their own right. The Zandalari withdrew to their mountain plateaus to pursue spiritual knowledge, but they would always maintain immense influence over the disparate troll societies. 3 distinct cultures would arise from the Akir Empire. The insectoids far to the north. Hang on. It's spelled Kith apostrophe IX. 3 distinct cultures will arise from the Akir Empire. The insectoids in the north gather near the underground prison of Yogg-Saron. Due to the proximity of the Old God, these Akir would eventually evolve into a race called the Narubians. Their kingdom would be known as Ajal Narub. The Akir in the southwest made their home in An-Kiraj, the conquered prison complex of Khatun. The captive old god's foul presence would have slowly warped the Akir's forms over time, molding them into the race known as the Kiraji. The Akir in the southeast congregated where Yasharaj's essence still polluted the lands. The insectoids would eventually transform into a race called the Mantid. Even before the Akir Empire fell, they would establish the great colony of Mantives. In the later cycle of the war with the trolls, one enclave of Akir gathered at the southern edge of Kalimdor. Below the roots of great Kapari trees, they established a new empire. These insectoids, known forevermore as Mantid, saw no purpose in continuing a battle they knew they were not strong enough to win. Such restraint was unusual amongst the insectoid races, but then so was the Mantid's reasoning. They still fervently worshipped the old gods, believing their ancient masters would one day rise from their prisons and re-establish dominion over Azeroth. The best way to serve the entities was not to expand their strength, but to conserve it, refine it, sharpen it. The Mantid would grow stronger without jeopardizing their survival. Though a revered empress ruled over the day-to-day activities of the Mantid, another group controlled the insectoid's destiny. The member of this group called themselves the Klaxi, meaning priest in their native tongue. They guided the actions of the Empress and the Mantid swarms in hopes of preserving and strengthening their race. Rather than seek retribution on the trolls, they turned their gaze on another enemy. Yeah, the Mantids were always honest with us. We haven't talked about the Mantids yet in the lore run, because that's in Pandaria, but we'll get there, obviously. Nearby dwelled the Mogu, mighty Titan-forged who had guarded the Vale of Eternal Blossoms for untold ages. The Mantid found themselves drawn to the mystical valley. They were not aware of it at the time, but they were attracted to the lingering presence of the slain old god Yasharaj, whose heart had been locked away beneath the valley by Ra. To seek out the dark essence beneath the veil, the Mantid launched a surprise attack against the Mogu. The Titan-forged narrowly withstood the swarm and drove them back to the Kapari forests. But the Klaxi did not consider their defeat a failure. The surviving Mantid returned, matured, grown, and more powerful and cunning. The Klaxi patiently waited 100 years before assaulting the Mogu again. They dispatched a new generation who besieged the Titan-forged, and once again, the survivors returned stronger. Thus began the Mantid cycle. Every century, a new clutch made war on the Mogu. The ferocious battles removed the weak from the swarm, and only the strong returned to the Kapari. Within only a few cycles, Mantid civilization became tightly honed and rigid, utterly focused on eradicating weakness and empowering the mightiest of their kind. The Mogu marked the change with concern. They launched a campaign into Mantivis to ensure the cycle would not come again. The attack came at an inauspicious time for the Mantid. It was decades before the next clutch of warriors would hatch. The Mantid were few, the Mogu were many. Initially, the Titan-forged devastated the insectoid ranks, even the strongest of survivors of past swarms. Only one Mantid, Corvin, emerged to turn the tide of the battle. Armed with blades forged of amber, the warrior eviscerated the Mogu ranks, thwarting their attack and sending them into retreat. So great was his skill, many Mantid became to believe he was capable of cheating death itself. Ha ha ha. The high elders of the Klaxi proclaimed Corvin a paragon, and proclaimed his deeds would become legend among their kind. But the honored warrior was not satisfied. He knew it was only chance that he arose in his race's greatest hour of need. He did not want to leave the Mantid's defense to chance alone. The Klaxi agreed, and tasked him with finding a solution. After years of experimenting with sap, Corvin discovered a living creature could be preserved within an amber cocoon, potentially for millennia. If the Klaxi placed their greatest warriors in these cocoons, they could be awakened whenever needed to avert disaster. Corvin became the very first to undergo this preservation. In honor of his deeds, the Klaxi named him Corvin the Prime, the first of many paragons to come. As he lay undisturbed in his amber tomb, the great cycle he had almost single-handedly saved continued on, remaining unbroken for countless generations. Now, I've actually shown you this picture. This is the one I kept showing you guys. This is the one that shows the distant troll empires. If you give me a moment, I can actually literally show you this one. Yeah, and we kill all the Paragons in Pandaria. Whoops. Our bad, guys. Our bad. Sorry. Sorry. Unpersonal. Okay, so this is the picture I'm staring at right now. As you can see, the Drakari consisted of the Frostmane and the Winter Axe. The Amani consisted of Fire Tree, Moss Flare, Raven Tusk, Smolderthorn, Vilebranch, and Witherbark. And the Gurabashi contained the Blood Scalp, the Dark Spear, the Razor Branch, the Shatter Spear, and the Skull Splitter. As you can see down here, there's Ankiraj, Mantives, the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, and the distant reaches of the great Gurabashi Empire. The Gurabashi Empire is this light green one here you can see. As you can see, they had a ton of territory. Up here is where the Amani have settled, and there's Zulaman, the resting site of Kithix himself. And of course the Drakari further up north on the edges of the Storm Peaks in Ulduar. And of course, there's where the Nerubians ended up. But then there's these purple blotches. Heck are these things? I'm sure it's not important. Oh, actually, we're not going to talk about that yet. Instead, we're going to talk about something else. The year is negative 15,000. Although Highkeeper Ra had not been seen in millennia, his loyal Mogu maintained their vigil over the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, bravely fighting off each successive mantid swarm. Their faith that the Highkeeper would one day return endured through centuries of hardships. Yet the faith vanished once the curse of flesh finally manifested amongst the Mogu. For the first time, the Mogu faced mortality. Fear and uncertainty took root in their hearts. Disagreements spiraled into conflict and violence and bloodshed. Packs of Mogu banded together. Clans and warlords emerged by the score and engaged in brutal power struggles. Those who triumphed were quickly toppled by rivals, and through it all their culture, their language, their sense of purpose and identity began to change. This period of turmoil and conflict became known as the Age of 100 Kings, and the Mogu nearly went extinct. Only their basest instincts prevented annihilation. The beginning of each new mantid swarm, once per century, the Mogu's petty conflicts would die down. The various clans would reluctantly band together to stand against the mantid. But the moment the swarm had retreated, internal hostilities would rise once again. Yeah, I know, weird, isn't it, Raskor? As the Mogu battled the mantid, a number of other races rose in the region. Many of these creatures were drawn to the latent powers emanating from the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Among these wondrous new races were the Jinyu, fish-like mystics who dwelled in rivers and lakes, and a bold and mischievous monkeys, known as the Hosen, came to inhabit the dense jungles of that encircled much of the Vale. But by far, the most intelligent of these newcomers were the Pandaren. The emergence of so much life around the Vale piqued the interest of the four wild gods. Zuen, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, by the way. Zuen the White Tiger, Yulan the Jade Serpent, Chiji the Red Crane, and Niazao the Black Ox. Zuen and his fellow wild gods gathered at the Vale to watch over and guide the myriad life forms in the area. Although the warlike activities of the Mogu troubled them, the wild gods delighted in watching the other races flourish. In particular, Zuen and the other demigods developed close ties with the Pandaren, in large part due to their penchant for peace. The Pandaren considered the wild gods, whom they named the August Celestials, to be benevolent deities. They formed a system of worship devoted to the beings. In return, the wild gods bestowed knowledge upon the Pandaren, nurturing their ties to a philosophy and the natural world. By the way, again, totally called it. The August Celestials are Loa. At the behest of the August Celestials, the Pandaren formed a culture that sought peace and harmony with the surrounding environment. Unfortunately, a new Mogu leader would soon rise to challenge all of these philosophies. His name, Lei Shen. His rule would soon threaten not only the mortal races of the Vale, but the August Celestials as well. As the Pandaren and other races prospered around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the Mogu continued their endless squabbling. It was during this cycle of violence a warrior named Lei Shen came to power. A descendant of a minor warlord, young Lei Shen was thoroughly accustomed to the brutality of clan warfare. And despite his skill and success in battle, he saw the incessant conflicts and political maneuverings as a betrayal of the Mogu's potential. Nevertheless, he remained stalwart as a vassal for his father. A close advisor eventually betrayed and murdered Lei Shen's father. Almost all of the fallen warlord's clansmen sought refuge in the Senka of other clans, abandoning Lei Shen. Only a few loyal armsmen refused to leave his side. Rather than seek retribution and perpetuate the violence, Lei Shen chose to go into exile. Side note. The decision to abandon any claim to his father's power spared Lei Shen's life. When a clan's leader was killed, it was customary for rivals to immediately murder his family, thus exterminate his lineage forever. Lei Shen's meditations were seen as a sign of despair and madness. Most assumed he would never be a threat to any Mogu ever again. Soon Lei Shen desired answers, and his intellect and reason could no longer provide them. He set off in search of the Mogu's long-absent master, Highkeeper Ra. In most recent centuries, the Highkeeper had become known as Ra Den. Called it, by the way. Meaning Master Ra in Mogu tongue. Few of Lei Shen's kind believed he lived. Why would their ancient creator have allowed them to suffer the curse of flesh? Lei Shen believed Ra Den had a plan, a master purpose, and the current trials of the Mogu were merely a test. Perhaps he was even the will of the Titans themselves. After all, Ra Den was their living instrument. After years of searching, Lei Shen located the entrance to the vaults hidden beneath the veil, and the sacred chambers that the Mogu had all but forgotten due to their ceaseless warfare. There he found the High Keeper sitting quietly in the stillness beneath the earth. Ra Den showed no reaction to the young Mogu's intrusion. He said nothing, even as Lei Shen began to ask him questions about the Mogu's true purpose. Days, weeks passed, and Lei Shen grew frustrated with his master's silence. Finally, the Mogu realized that Ra was not contemplating some subtle plan. He was not engrossed in the work of the Titans. The High Keeper had given up. The suffering of the Mogu had been the result of an absentee master, and nothing more. Lei Shen unleashed his anger on Ra, accusing him of abandoning the Titans and their purpose. These harsh words roused the High Keeper from his stupor. Ra took Lei Shen to the nearby thundering mountain, where unending storms roared and split the heavens. No Mogu had dared to scale its slopes before, for the mountain was believed to be a forbidden place. Inside a massive ornate vault, Ra Den summoned the lingering power of Aman'Thul and showed Lei Shen the answers he wanted. The Titans of the Pantheon were dead, murdered by one of their own. Their final hope was the world of Azeroth itself, and it was already infested with creatures of the void. The High Keeper had assumed this knowledge would shatter Lei Shen's soul as it had shattered his own. But the Mogu reacted in a way Ra Den never expected. Lei Shen decided if his master had no interest in continuing the Titan's purpose, he would do it himself. Without warning, he struck out and incapacitated Ra Den. Lei Shen then bound the mighty being in enchanted bands, and he not only stole Ra Den's incredible power, but the contained essence of Aman'Thul. Might beyond understanding flowed through Lei Shen's soul. Oh God. That's why Raytheon says what he says when he eats the heart of Lei Shen. Might beyond understanding flooded through Lei Shen's soul. He imprisoned Ra Den within the thundering mountain, ignoring the High Keeper's rage and confusion at the betrayal. When Lei Shen descended the mountains and met with his remaining armsmen, they were in awe of him. Rumors of Lei Shen's newfound might spread amongst the Mogu clans. Some believed he had torn out the heart of a god and eaten it. A few claimed he had harnessed the ancient powers of the Veil. Still others whispered he was a Titan reborn. Yet all the stories had one fact in common. The Thunder King demanded all Mogu bow before him. He claimed the birthright of the Titans and would destroy all who failed to yield to his will. Thereafter, Lei Shen set to unify the Mogu and forge themselves a new destiny as the masters of Azeroth and guardians of its world soul. The petty squabbling and warfare that plagued their kind would be no longer tolerated. With lightning and thunder at his command, Lei Shen crushed all opposition. The fortunate ones were killed quickly. The unfortunate ones were kept in chains for centuries. Initially, most of the Mogu rallied to him out of fear, but his miracles soon inspired devotion. The Thunder King had mastered the enchanted tools of the Keepers, such as the engine of Nalaksha, a powerful device Lei Shen had discovered beneath the land of the Veil. Using this extraordinary machine, he began shaping flesh and stone into new living creatures. They even found a way to reverse the curse of flesh amongst themselves. By the way, this is something I've been wondering for a long time. How the hell did the Mogu reverse the curse of flesh? They never explained why. So, that means a Titan device, the engine of Nalaksha, which we've known exists for a while, was able to reverse the curse of flesh. Can anyone explain to me why no one else has ever done this? I mean, I'm just curious. You know, because that might have been helpful at certain points in history. Under Lei Shen, a new period of both prosperity and brutality gripped the Vale. For the Mogu, it was the beginning of a new and glorious empire, but for the region's other races, the start of the age of tyranny. As Lei Shen's empire expanded in scope and power, he soon regarded all living creatures within his domain as his servants. The curse of flesh was a weakness, he reasoned, and although not all the Mogu might ever be fully cleansed of the flaw, other beings of flesh would always be beneath them. The Thunder King began a campaign of enslavement in the lands surrounding the Vale. The wise Jinyu had established a small grouping of their own, and though they fought valiantly, the Jinyu crumbled before the might of Lei Shen. The Mogu sacked their towns and left their entire civilization in ruin. Upon learning of the Jinyu's fate, the Pandaren fled to Kunlai, north of the Vale. There they sought the protection of Zuen, the White Tiger. When Lei Shen brought his armies to the foothills, he challenged him to a duel that would decide the fate of the Pandaren. Zuen accepted, and for many days a great battle between the White Tiger and the Thunder King shook the skies over Kunlai. In the end, Zuen could not match Lei Shen's stolen Titan power. Lei Shen chained Zuen near the peak of the mountain, forcing the Celestial to watch as Mogu bound the Pandaren to slavery. Fearing the Pandaran's peaceful philosophies would undermine his rule, Lei Shen forbade them from learning how to read, write, or to speak any language other than the Mogu tongue. To disobey was to be killed through slow torture. The Mogu soon forged their greatest palaces and monuments with the blood and sweat of their subjugated races, and the Empire boasted a unified language, established systems of weight and measurement, wrote the very first laws in all of Azeroth, brutal codes that enshrined the Mogu's place above all other creatures. Lei Shen also forced his slaves to act as soldiers, or to expand the crude fortifications once used to defend the Vale from the Mantid. Thus was born the Serpent's Spine, a massive stone wall separating the Mogu from the insectoid lands. When existing slaves perished, or proved inefficient, Lei Shen shaped new ones with the power of the engine of Nalaksha. This led to the creation of myriad beings, such as the Grummels and the Saurok. Hey, Taitu. Yes, it is. And yeah, Stukov, it does actually make sense based on that. I still would totally play it. We don't know yet, as a one. They didn't say. I should rephrase. Couple of asides here. At the height of their empire, the Jinyu held close ties with the Hosen. Both agreed to help each other withstand the onslaught of the Mogu. Yet on the eve of the Jinyu's final stand with Lei Shen, the Hosen betrayed them. The Jinyu's so-called allies had secretly pledged their loyalties to the Thunder King in exchange for preferential treatment, a promise that was never kept. This act of treachery ensured the Jinyu's defeat and ignited a bitter rivalry between them that has not yet ended. After Lei Shen imprisoned the White Tiger, the other Celestials came to the aid of the Pandaren. Yet like Zuen, they all succumbed to the Thunder King. Thereafter, Lei Shen prohibited worship of the Celestials on pain of death by slow torture. The Pandaren lost many of their ties to the Loa, but not all. A few fearless slaves, in secret, carried on the teachings of the Celestials. The Mogu Empire quickly drew notice from other civilizations on Azeroth. The Zandalari trolls, in particular, were amazed at the otherworldly powers wielded by the Thunder King. One of the Zandalari's leaders, a revered high priest called Zolathra, saw in the Mogu a golden opportunity. He and the retinue of trolls journeyed to the Thunder King's domain with a simple proposition. The Mogu hold power of the world, but the trolls hold knowledge of the land. The two empires would make each other great and could teach each other their secrets. Once they were allied, nothing on Azeroth would dare oppose them. The offer intrigued Lei Shen. For the first time, he had met other living creatures who sought to master their environment rather than live in peace with it. The Mogu rarely ventured from their lands. Superstitions and the deep-seated duty of protecting the Veil still influenced their actions. They could explore the world from a position of ignorance, or they could ally with the trolls and learn its mysteries quickly. In truth, both leaders plotted betrayal. Zulathra believed the Zandalari could steal Lei Shen's godlike powers once they learned the Mogu's secrets, and the Thunder King schemed to enslave the Zandalari the moment they ceased being useful. Yet they kept their plans concealed, even from their own people, and publicly brokered an agreement. In exchange for the Zandalari's knowledge, the Mogu would train them in the ways of Arcane. They also promised the Zandalari a swath of fertile land near the Vale. That'll be important later. Lei Shen even made a secret agreement with Zulathra. The Thunder King had devised a method to fully revive his spirit if he was ever killed, but he did not trust his own servants with such knowledge. The Mogu were such a hungry, powerful people that they would likely try to claim the Empire for themselves if Lei Shen ever fell. Only the Zandalari would hold the key to resurrecting Lei Shen. Without him, the trolls knew they would never fully learn the secrets of the Arcane, nor would they be able to claim his awesome power. Though both leaders continued scheming, their betrayals never came to fruition, and indeed, they ended up finding themselves invaluable allies, and their pact endured for many years. While Lei Shen consolidated his empire, the Tol'vir guarding Uldum struggled to endure the Curse of Flesh. The malady had spread throughout their ranks, slowly weakening the Titan Forged. All the while, the Tol'vir patiently waited for word from Highkeeper Ra or his Mogu servants in the east. Eventually, the Tol'vir received a summons from a Mogu leader who called himself the Thunder King. They had heard nothing about the rise of the Mogu Empire. Curious, the Tol'vir dispatched ambassadors to the east. When they reached the edges of the Thunder King's domain, they were stunned to see how advanced their Mogu cousins had become. In some instances, the Mogu had even managed to reverse the Curse of Flesh. Lei Shen warmly greeted the Tol'vir and showed them the wonders of his empire, from the immense serpent spine to the gilded palaces of the Vale. The Tol'vir were shocked at the deplorable treatment of the mortal races that had been enslaved by the Mogu, but even so, they were not stirred to action. Their prime concern was the protection of the Keeper-wrought machineries in Uldum. The Thunder King agreed wholeheartedly. The works of the Keepers, such as the Forge of Origination, were of utmost importance, and so Lei Shen announced he was claiming them as part of his empire. He revealed he had defeated Ra Den, taken his power, and therefore Lei Shen claimed he now held dominion over the Keeper's instruments. With the engine of Nalaksha and the Forge of Origination at his command, he could remake Azeroth as he saw fit. As fellow Titanforged, the Tol'vir would ascend to a place of honor in the Mogu Empire, but Lei Shen would be at its head, now and forever. Upon learning that Lei Shen had betrayed Highkeeper Ra, the Tol'vir grew furious. They refused the Thunder King's offer, vowing never to serve a traitor, and stormed out of his tyrannical empire. He allowed them to leave, but warned them he would take what he wanted by force. Their armies could not possibly stand against his. So confident was he that he invited Zulathra to witness what he claimed would be the Mogu Empire's greatest victory yet. The elderly Zandalari leader agreed. Lei Shen had artificially extended the troll's life, but once all the Keeper's works were under the Mogu control, they would unlock the secret to immortality. Almost all of the highest-ranking Zandalari leaders accompanied Zulathra as honor guard, expecting to return to the capital of Zuldrissar with the gift of eternal life. Lei Shen led his Mogu host and the trolls to the west. The Zandalari had heard tales of the lands near Uldum, but they had never seen them with their own eyes. Pristine lakes and waterfalls, dotted the region's lush jungles, a paradise teeming with undiscovered life and wonder as far as the eye could see. That doesn't describe Oldham to my perspective. I suppose we'll see what happened here. The full might of Lei Shen's empire trampled over the land, stopping just short of the monolithic pyramids that comprised the Keeper's bastion of Oldham. Only a small group of Tolvir emerged from the fortress to resist the Mogu. Lei Shen mocked their numbers, for he knew that he alone could crush them. Indeed, the Tolvir know that defeating the Thunder King's forces in battle was impossible. As Lei Shen marched towards Oldham, the Titan Force had prepared a final defense. The forge... Oh my god. Oh my god. The Forge of Origination locked beneath the fortress. Rather than using it to its full potential, which would eradicate all life on Azeroth, the Tolvir had configured the Forge of Origination to scour the nearby land. As Lei Shen led the charge, gloating his impending victory, the Tolvir activated the Forge of Origination. Deep within the earth, the device rumbled to life. The earth bucked and heaved as waves of force erupted from Oldham, bathing the surrounded lands and the energies of uncreation. The Tolvir defenders and nearly every other creature on the surface of Oldham that day died instantly. Creatures across all of Kalimdor witnessed the flash on the southern horizon. When it subsided, Lei Shen and his allies were no more. The unleashed power had purged the area of Oldham of almost all life, leaving a cracked and barren desert behind. Pockets of plant life and animal life would slowly return over millennia, but the jungle would never retain its vibrancy. The surviving Tolvir within Oldham worked to ensure no one would ever again attempt to claim such power. They shrouded the few mountain passes that led into the regions with magic, in doing so sealing Oldham off from the eyes of mortals. The Tolvir's noble sacrifice had kept the Forge of Origination out of Lei Shen's hands, and prevented the other Mogu emperors from daring to follow in his footsteps. The deaths of Lei Shen and the upper caste of the Zandalari left massive power vacuums in both empires. Before the Tolvir shrouded Oldham in their grand illusion, a handful of Thunder King loyalists recovered his corpse from the region. They brought it back to the Empire and enshrined it in the Tomb of Conquerors. Yet with most of the Zandalari leadership dead, there was no one to revive the Thunder King. A succession of emperors followed Lei Shen, but none would ever wield the power he had. The Zandalari, too, spent generations attempting to recover from the losses at Oldham. The catastrophic event had struck a mortal blow to both empires, and neither would ever regain their former glory. And in time, both empires crumbled and fell. The Thunder King's death had weakened the Mogu, but their civilization lorded over the Vale. Their empire's slaves suffered greatly under Lei Shen's barbarous successors, each ruler seemingly more cruel than the last. The very last Mogu emperor, Lao Fei, earned the title of slave binder early in his tenure. He lived a life of decadence, confident that his supply of cowed slaves would never diminish. To earn their compliance, he would tear apart slave families for even mild transgressions. Parents separated, children dispatched to the spine to die as fodder before the mantid swarm. It was this very fate that befell the family of a Pandaran brewmaster named Kang. His son was sent to the mantid, and his wife died trying to stop it. But after the Mogu left his home and life in ruins, he succumbed to despair. But his thoughts circled around a particular question. Why? Why did the Mogu inflict such pain? Kang meditated on the slavery of his people and reached a radical conclusion. I like this. The extreme cruelty towards slaves was not a sign of Mogu's strength. It was a symptom of weakness. They had grown dependent on slavery, and without them they were nothing. Roman Empire! Oh, excuse me. Kang devoted his life to exposing the Mogu's vulnerability. Apart from those who were sent to defend the serpent's spine, no slave was permitted to touch a weapon, a crime punishable by death. Thus, Kang taught himself to use his body as one. To elude the ever-watchful eyes of the Mogu, he learned to disguise his attacks as artistic dance. When he finally mastered his techniques, he challenged his fellow slaves to strike him. No one could. His dancing, flowing movements kept him free from harm. Oh, the slaves begged him to teach them how to fight, and he did. And word of this strange new combat method spread quickly amongst the oppressed people of the Mogu Empire. Hundreds of slaves adopted Kang's teachings and devoted themselves to this newfound art, hereafter known as the monk. When rumors of the movement finally reached Mogu ears, Kang relocated his followers to Kunlai, fully aware his apprentices were not yet strong enough to topple their oppressors. In secret, the Pandaren rebels built a monastery amongst the wind-lashed peaks and began to further train themselves as instruments of justice. It was at Kunlai summit that Kang found something utterly unexpected: the prison of Zuen, the White Tiger. Kang communed with the august celestial, learning the secrets of inner strength that lay within every heart. The Pandaren master passed along Zuen's wisdom to his followers, and at last the Pandaren monks were ready to fight. Their first major victory came at the Mogushan Vaults, the sacred chamber that housed the engine of Nalaksha. There the rebels drove the Mogu away from their source of their flesh-shaping power, the Pandaran's devastating attack preventing the Mogu from creating or twisting any new soldiers. This single victory not only heartened the Pandaren, but drew other races to the rebellion. The Hosen, the Jinyu, the Grummels, and a burly race of bovine creatures we're mentioning for the first time in this book, called the Yongal, all joined the effort to top the Mogu Empire. Bit by bit, the revolution grew. Kang was right. The Mogu had grown too reliant on their slaves, and as more rebelled, the empire fell into chaos. The Grummels, masters of communication and trade, disrupted Mogu supply lines. The mighty Yongal led raiding parties to wreak havoc in the northwest. The wily Hosen dug tunnels to infiltrate the mightiest Mogu strongholds. Right. Sorry, guys. The mystic Jinyu communed with the waters of the land to glean the future, telling Kang's forces where to strike and where to run. Eventually, Lao Fei's forces retreated to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the royal seat of the Mogu Empire. Kang knew the enchanted land could sustain them for as long as they desired. Thus, to defeat the Mogu, the rebels needed to expose themselves and launch an all-out attack. Kang did not hesitate to do so. He personally led the charge, striking deep into the Vale. He fought Lao Fei hand-to-hand and defeated him, but died in return. The slave binder and the former slave died together. Flushed with victory, some of the freed slaves considered seeking revenge against the surviving Mogu, butchering them as they had been butchered for millennia. But some of Kang's most promising students calmed their bloodlust. As a secretive keeper of Pandaren history, the pupil Song had memorized many of Master Kang's philosophies and tales. Song retold Kang's stories again and again to the liberated slaves, reminding them about his commitment to true justice, not revenge. He walked from one end of the empire to the other for the rest of his life, sharing Kang's wisdom and urging all creatures to find emotional balance within themselves. As Song's story spread, others followed in his footsteps. More and more Pandaren traveled the land, telling stories and encouraging inner peace in all they met. These lore walkers, as they would eventually be named, became not only skilled storytellers, but conflict mediators, diffusing tense situations with allegories and parables that would help all sides see reason and find a middle ground. So began a time of peace and prosperity in and around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. The Pandaren, along with the other nations that called the region home, flourished. A new empire, one built on the principles of justice, wisdom, and benevolence, emerged to watch over the war-torn land. As an aside, when Yasharaj died, its blighted remains scattered across the Vale of Eternal Blossoms and the surrounding regions. In time, the old god seeped into the land itself. During his journeys, Song became keenly aware of the dark power that lurked in the earth. Yasharaj's lingering essence latched onto and amplified negative emotions, giving rise to malevolent spirits that would eventually be called Sha. By spreading Kang's teachings, Song hoped he would help the Pandaren and other races negate the old god's influence and nullify the Sha. until the players come along and kill them all. When the Mogu Empire was at its height, an intelligent bovine race known as the Yongle roamed the grassy plains of central Kalimdor. These burly creatures lived in harmony with nature, following the guidance of the wise demigod Cenarius. Unlike many of the other wild gods, Cenarius was more humanoid in appearance. His majestic half-stag, the majestic half-stag, draped in a cloak of flowers and vines, often walked amongst the nomadic Yongle. He taught these creatures the secrets of the wilds, and delighted in watching them flourish. Eventually, the Yongle grew weary of sharing hunting grounds with the nearby trolls, and decided to seek new lands. Although their beloved demigod Cenarius urged them to stay and make peace, they went south. They hunted and foraged for food, all the way to the edge of the Mogu Empire. The emperor at the time, Kwang the Merciless, found the Yongle and their immense physical strength fascinating. He ordered his flesh shapers to capture the nomads and transform them into even mightier and more intelligent surfaces, while at the same time tempering their savage instincts. The Yongle suffered under the tyranny of Mogu oppression for generations, until they rose up amongst the other slaves against their cruel masters. Although the Yongle had gained their freedom, they had lost much. Their strong oral storytelling tradition had all but vanished due to strict Mogu laws that forbade them from discussing their heritage. Much of their rich history had faded away. Some Yongle clung to the faint memories and incomplete myths of a benevolent demigod who once watched over them. Others insisted the Yongle should abandon all tradition and forge a new destiny by force. The disagreements grew heated, and on occasion led to bloodshed. Most Yongle despised the violence and set out north, determined to return to a life of hunting and living amongst the spirits of nature. Some of the nomadic tribes traveled all the way across the continent, only stopping when they reached the frigid climates of the storm peaks. Other tribes returned to the balmy areas of central Kalimdor, reuniting with their ancient benefactor, Cenarius. Returning to their ancestral hunting grounds allowed them to rediscover their old traditions. Those who studied with Cenarius learned the druidic magic of the natural world. Called it, by the way. While the others mastered the arts of wielding shamanistic power. Remember how I mentioned that the Tauren had been wielding druid power before the Night Elves? And people were like, no. Night Elves were first. And then they taught the Taurens. Called it. Just saying. I was right. This is before Night Elves existed, by the way. Just to make that point clear. Lost my place, sorry. Had to gloat. Fearing an open not all Yongle left the Vale. Those who stayed behind quickly found themselves at odds with the Pandaren and the other liberated slaves. The Mogu flesh-shaping had not completely subdued the Yongle's bold nature, and conflict after conflict ignited over matters of land and resources. Fearing an open war with their former allies, the Yongle moved west, settling outside the Serpent's Spine. This left them exposed to the Mantid, and every 100 years the swarm would threaten to exterminate their people. The Mantid cycle and the constant infighting amongst these Yongle led to a strong warrior tradition, one that would make them far more savage than the tribes that had gone north. Over the passing generations, the energies emanating from the Well of Eternity and the Keeper-wrought machineries around Kalimdor changed the Yongle in unique ways. Those near the Vale would keep the name Yongle, although they grew more warlike than their distant cousins. Those in Kalimdor, close to the Well of Eternity, would choose the name Tauren. The tribes that ventured to the north, near the Forge of Wills, would be called the Tonka. These far-flung groups maintained contact with each other for many years, but when the Great Sundering eventually shatters the world, all connection between the tribes is lost. Yeah, seriously, if the Night Elves ever find out, they'd be like, they would be just completely shattered. No, but we're Night Elves, we're better than you. Actually, I am pretty sure Cenarius is still the one who taught the Night Elves Druidism. We'll find out, because we're covering that period of history in here. Wow, we're over halfway through this book already. I'm trying to think, hang on. Let's see how many more pages before the next chapter. Oh my god. Wow, this is the War of the Ancients. Right here. And here's the world after the Sundering. Right there. And there's the Sundering. We'll go ahead and read up to the Sundering, then I'm going to break for lunch. Okay, guys? Let's talk about the Zandalari. I have no idea, Taito. The Zandalari had always maintained a distant relationship with the Mogu following Lei Shen's death. Although the Trobes found the Mogu's knowledge of the arcane useful, they loathed the constant intra-clan strife and the tense political maneuvering. When it became clear that no Mogu clan would establish total dominance, the Zandalari refrained from pledging their loyalties to any one faction in particular. But they never forgot the promise that Lei Shen had made to them. A large plot of land near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms would forever belong to the Trolls. When at long last the Mogu Empire crumbled, the Zandalari saw an opportunity to take what they believed was rightfully theirs. And they did not move immediately. Internal debate raged as the Zandalari capital of Zuldar about whether territory should be taken by diplomacy or force. In the end, it was a descendant of the great high priest Zolathar who made the strongest case. His name was Mengazi, and he knew the Pandaren would be unlikely to honor the Zandalari's agreement with the Mogu. The former slaves had also overthrown their masters, and as such, they would be strong enough to mount a fierce resistance against the Trolls if given time to prepare. To succeed in claiming their land, the Trolls would need to strike without warning and quick enough to shatter Pandaren will. To this end, the Trolls marched south, intent on seizing a fertile region just north of Kunlai Summit. The Zandalari stormed the main settlement in the area, a tranquil Pandaren farming village. Imbued with mystic powers, riding atop colossal Saurian war mounts, the Trolls slaughtered every single resident of the village. The Zandalari ranks then pushed into the Jade Forest, a dense jungle that had become the heart of the newly established Pandaren Empire. When word of the invasion reached the other settlements, panic seized them. No standing army existed to thwart the Trolls. In the decades since the Slave Revolution, few had seen the need to carry on the militaristic ways of the Mogu, preferring instead to let all residents live in peace without an overarching authority. The only real fighting force was an order of monks charged by the Emperor to patrol the Serpent Spine and to stand against the periodic Mantid Swarm. As an aside, this right here is something that my viewers have been pointing out many times, in contrast to me, that I also agree is absolutely true. Peace by itself is not necessarily the answer, because too much peace leads to weakness. Just like the Pandarans were at this point in history. Though the monks raced from the Serpent Spine to defend their land against the Trolls, they found themselves hopelessly outnumbered, outmaneuvered. The Trolls were employing a form of warfare they'd never even seen, descending into battle on the backs of terror rings and giant bats. The Pandarans had no means to counter aerial attacks. Ultimately, salvation came from a young Pandaren named Zhang. When she was but a child, she had found a cloud serpent, hatchling, alone, badly injured after a terrible storm had destroyed its nest. At the time, the Pandaren regarded the cloud serpents as untamable, violent beasts, but Zhang had nursed him back to health and befriended him. Those in her village often saw them fly in the skies together. As the monks fought a losing battle atop the cliffs of the Jade Forest, Zhang and her serpentine companion, Lo, swept down through the clouds. Lo's fury and fire broke the Zandalari ranks, forcing them to retreat. News of the victory soon spread throughout the empire, and others followed in Zhang's footsteps. They tamed the powerful cloud serpents, and soon a small army rose to fly into battle at Zhang's sides. These brave Pandaren became known as the Order of the Cloud Serpent. Oh, sorry. There's also a really cool picture here of a Pandaren attacking a freaking devil sword with a Zandalari monk on it. The name of this image, if you want to Google search it, is Pandaren Serpent Riders Strike at Zandalari Trolls. It's an awesome image. I recommend you look it up. I don't have it to give you, sorry. The tide of the war had turned. The Trolls knew there was little they could do to win by conventional means, so Mengazi turned to a final tactic, resurrecting the Thunder King, Lei Shen. Lei Shen had granted the Zandalari the secret to their revival, not trusting any of his Mogu underlings to do it. We've already covered this. The Trolls knew the Thunder King would have the power to purge the troublesome Serpent Riders and destroy any army on the ground. A pitched battle erupted near the Tome of Conquerors, where Lei Shen's corpse was enshrined. Zhang sacrificed herself in a final, desperate attack, killing Mengazi. The other Zandalari soon broke ranks and returned to their homeland in shame. Through her heroic act, Zhang had prevented the trolls from resurrecting the terrible Thunder King. There was a great celebration throughout the Empire, but also mourning over the lives lost, especially Zhang's. For decades after the conflict, Lo was seen circling the skies above the Jade's forest, as though searching for his old friend and rider. The other serpents honored Zhang's memories by codifying her teachings. Within the order of the Cloud Serpent, her tradition of training and befriending the creatures would survive for millennia. That is what I assume as well, Hylisk. It's not like the mantid swarm we see on camera, don't forget, is A, too large, and B, too early. So, you know, it is actually quite likely the usual mantid swarms are actually quite a bit smaller. Meanwhile, the troll tribes claimed large swaths of Kalimdor. Many of these groups, such as the Gurabashi and the Amani, clashed with each other over hunting grounds and territory. Yet one tribe, goodbye, Brigham, was unconcerned with these battles for land and power. Known as Dark Trolls, they lived in a network of deep caverns that stretched beneath Mount Hyjal. They abhorred daylight, only emerging from their underground burrows at night. The Dark Troll's nocturnal nature changed them over time, turning their blue-hued skin into shades of gray. The Dark Trolls cherished their independence from greater troll society, and they largely ignored the activities of the other troll tribes. Oh, there's the image from Bragon there. Yep, that's the image I was referring to. Unlike their Gurabashi and Amani cousins, they longed for a peaceful connection to the natural world. Dark Troll mystics often sought ways to commune with the land and live in harmony with it. Many of these trolls gradually migrated towards the center of Kalimdor. They explored the labyrinthine groves at the heart of the continent, crossing paths with the elusive fairy dragons, chimeras, dryads. In time, the Dark Trolls also discovered an enormous lake of scintillating energies that would later be known as the Well of Eternity. Mesmerized by their discovery, the Dark Trolls settled along the Well of Eternity's shores. Over generations, the energies emanating from the pure arcane magic suffused the trolls' flesh and bone, elevating their forms to match their graceful spirits. They transformed into highly intelligent, virtually immortal beings. These former trolls abandoned their ancient heritage and traditions. The tribe's mystics began worshipping the moon goddess, Elune, who they believed was within the well itself. They claimed that the deity slumbered within the font's depths during daylight hours. The former trolls discovered the name Kalimdor and other Titan-forged words from communing with Elune and investigating strange artifacts around the well's periphery. Influenced by this newfound language, they called themselves Kaldarai, children of the stars. Apparently, Lilu, we might just have not been around long enough for them to die. Hang on just a second. I want a specific song for this section, if I can find it. The trees, flowers, and woodland creatures silently watched as the night elves flourished, whispering news to them of the wild gods of Hyjal. Among them, the demigod Cenarius took keen interest in those newcomers at the well's shores. The night elves would claim he was the son of the great white stag Malorn and Elune himself. Cenarius adored the night elves and believed they had the potential to become great caretakers of nature. He befriended the fledgling race, taught them about the natural world. It was his hope the night elves would strive to live in harmony with the wilds, and for centuries they did. I'm sorry, Azura. They built a graceful society around the Well of Eternity. The capital of their small nation was called Elundris, or the Eye of Elune, and it was founded on the shores of the Font of Power. The Night Elves also honed their ties with the surrounding woodlands and their myriad inhabitants. Cenarius guided the Night Elves when necessary, pleased by the wisdom and benevolence that strummed in their hearts. But in time, many of the Night Elves yearned for a different life. These individuals became obsessed with unlocking the Well of Eternity's secrets. They rigorously studied the Font's arcane energies and became learned sorcerers. They harnessed the power of the arcane lake, constructed wondrous temples and roadways. Magic became an inseparable part of life as the Night Elves reveled in the power at their fingertips, pushing the boundaries of their intellect and becoming the driving force of their culture. It was during this era of unprecedented growth the Night Elves' most well-known and prolific leader came to power. Her name was Queen Ashara. Through her unbridled ambition, she would elevate her people to extraordinary new heights and sow the seeds of their destruction. Side note. The city of Suramar, that's in Legion by the way, became the center of Night Elf worship and home to the Sisterhood of Elune. This order, comprised entirely of female Night Elves, dedicated itself to venerating the Moon Goddess. The Sisterhood's priestess had a hand in nearly all aspects of early Night Elf civilization. They acted as spiritual leaders and helped defend their burgeoning territories from outside threats. So already we're seeing the beginnings of what would eventually become the Sentinels. Queen Ashara. That's actually the name of this chapter. Beautiful, wise beyond her years, Queen Ashara embodied the most coveted traits of her people. She indulged in sorcerous pursuits, constructed a breathtaking, bejeweled palace on the shores of the Well of Eternity. There, the most powerful nobles, who became known as Quel'Durai, the Highborn, answered to her every beck and call. The Highborn were incredibly gifted, ambitious sorcerers. Some, like Lady Vosh, served as the queen's adoring and loyal handmaidens. Others, like Lord Xavius, were consulted by Ashara in matters of governance and acted as trusted advisors. But no matter what specific role these Highborn played at the queen's side, all of them occupied the upper echelons of Night Elf society. They believed themselves superior to the rest of their race, a fact that drew the ire of the lowborn. But such contempt never extended to Ashara. Although the queen was born of the highest noble pedigree, Night Elves of every social standing adored her. They were so enamored with their queen, they named their capital Zin Ashari, Glory of Ashara, in her honor. Under Ashara, Night Elf civilization blossomed into a sprawling empire, a dreamscape of gilded spires, vast cities, and other rivals that would not be seen again even in the modern age. Networks of luminescent causeways, limned by silver light of Elune, radiated to the far corners of Kalimdor. At Ashara's behalf, expeditionary forces were set out to explore the world and spread the Empire's borders. They returned to Zin-Ashara with examples of exotic flora and fauna, tales of the mythic dragonflights that ruled the roof of the world. The expeditionary forces also founded dozens of outposts and repositories, such as Chendraral and the icy northern forest of Moonsong, Thenrelor in the lush central wilds, which would later be known as the Barrens, and Eldrathalas, Diremol, in the southern jungles of Feralas. The queen herself oversaw the building of a wondrous new temple to Elune, a sprawling expanse of gem-encrusted bridges and effervescent lakes at the western edge of Kalimdor. Upon its completion, she named the mesmerizing grounds Lothar Lazal, the seat of the sky. Not since the Black Empire in ages past had territory grown so vast in size and scope. The immense influence Ashara held over the world and its denizens eclipsed even Lei Shen's wildest dreams of power. But there was one location Ashara and her forces avoided: Mount Hyjal. The demigods and spirits who roamed the sylvan forests there unsettled the queen. She knew in her bones that Hyjal was somehow beyond her influence. It was a place steeped in ancient magic, a wild, untamable, unchangeable land that stood in stark contrast to her vision of a new Kalimdor. Publicly, Ashara prohibited expansion into Hyjal out of respect for the Night Elves' ancient kinship with the forest, but in truth she despised the mountain and the harmony it represented. Ashara's views on Hyjal were well known to Cenarius. With growing unease, he had watched the Night Elf Empire expand. Year by year, he became increasingly frustrated with the hubris and thoughtless actions of the sorcerers highborn. The majority of the Night Elf society continued honoring and revering the ways of the wild, and the fact that these folks still lived in harmony with the land warmed Cenarius' heart, but he knew they had no influence over Ashara or her arrogant followers. As time passed, the Night Elves began eschewing diplomacy and largely ignored Azeroth's other cultures. Ashara's dogmatic beliefs regarded racial purity, and it seeped into the Night Elves' culture, creating an atmospheric rife with xenophobia. Only the openly hostile troll nations drew the full attention of the elves. Small, sporadic battles ignited between the two sides, and on every occasion the trolls buckled before the devastating magics wielded by the Night Elves. Ashara, however, was not interested in conquest. In her eyes, the trolls were a minor nuisance, their battle lust a symptom of primitive and unenlightened minds. Ultimately, the queen struck an accord with the Zandalar tribe, which held immense influence over the other trolls. In exchange for ending troll incursion into Night Elf territory, the Zandalar would be allowed, by Ashara's grace, to keep the sacred Zandalar Mountains south of the Well of Eternity. The trolls begrudgingly agreed, fully aware they stood no chance against their enemies' arcane powers. This shameful acquiescence fostered the trolls' deep resentment towards Night Elves, a bitter hatred that would carry on for generations. With the trolls no longer a threat, Ashara continued to expand her dominion. Yet even as she did, she spent more and more time in her palace, obsessing over the Well of Eternity and the secrets held within it. She believed the Night Elves had only tapped a small portion of its power, and she pushed the Highborn to plumb the Well's depths, expand their knowledge, and reach for new heights of cultural and technological advancement. Their reckless experiments sent torrents of magic crashing through the twisting nether, and like moths to the flame, the nether's demonic inhabitants were drawn towards the irresistible source of power. It was only a period of time. It was only a matter of time. There it is. Before the Burning Legion took Gnosis. At long last, Sargeras had discovered the location of Azeroth, the fabled world soul. Without delay, he gathered all his rage, all his legions, and turned his baleful gaze upon the distant world. All that remained was for Sargeras to find a way to Azeroth. This chapter is called The War of the Ancients. As the Highborn continued experimenting on the Well of Eternity, a young night elf named Malfurion Stormrage honed his ties to nature. Under the tutelage of wise Cenarius, he had become the first mortal druid on Azeroth, which completely contradicts the previous chapter. Malfurion excelled in his studies, and he often spent his days wandering the forests of Hyjal. We've already found our first inconsistency in the book here. Cenarius was greatly pleased by Malfurion's progress. He had sensed something special in his student from the first time the Night Elf spirit explored the Emerald Dream. Cenarius hoped Malfurion would spread druidism amongst the elves, help them return to their own roots. Yet this change would not come to Ashara and her followers. Unbeknownst to greater Night Elf society, the Highborn had begun communing with Sargeras. The fallen Titan hoped to use the sorcerers and their great magic to expedite the Legion's journey to Azeroth. Without a suitable gateway, he knew that traveling to the world would take ages. Much as he had done with the Eridar on Argus, Sargeras reached out to the Highborn and capitalized on their hubris. Lord Xavius was the first of the Highborn to hear Sargeras' call. The power-hungry Xavius quickly brought Sargeras to Ashara's attention. The fallen Titan promised to grant the Night Elf Queen and her servitors unfathomable power, hereby allowing them to remake Kalimdor into a paradise. Sargeras only requested that Ashara and her followers summon his agents into the world of Azeroth so they could give the Highborn this power. Enthralled by Sargeras' might, Ashara and her Nightborn used the Well of Eternity's energies to bring the Legion's minion to Azeroth. Waves of demonic warriors flooded from the Queen's palace, murdering every Night Elf in their path, except for the Highborn. Led by Manaroth the Destructor, Hakar the Houndmaster, and Archimond the Defiler, The Legion stormed across the Night Elf Empire in a tide of death and destruction. Blazing infernals tore through the sky, shattering Night Elf cities, while thousands of bloodthirsty Doomguard and ravenous Fellhounds reduced Kalimdor's tranquil woodlands to smoldering green embers. A war, the likes of which no mortal empire had ever witnessed, had come to Azeroth. A Night Elf resistance force, led by the noble named Lord Kurtalos Ravencrest, we'll talk about him later, formed to stand against the Legion's furious onslaught. Among these brave defenders were Malfurion, his sorcerer's twin, Illidan, and the beautiful priestess both brothers loved dearly, for some reason, Tyrande Whisperwind. Ultimately, these three unlikely heroes would change the fate of Kalimdor forever. Though Ravencrest's forces initially suffered many defeats against the demons, the Night Elves did make gains. Malfurion himself delivered one of the most decisive blows against the Legion and its highborn allies. From within the depths of the Emerald Dream, he unleashed his druidic magic upon Xavius, striking him down. Not only did this magic act destroy one of the Highborn's most powerful sorcerers, it proved the incredible potency of druidic magic to Malfurion's allies. Illidan had also become invaluable to the Resistance. During one engagement, his courage and mastery of arcane magic allowed him to save Ravencrest's life. For this act, Illidan was appointed the commander's personal sorcerer. He would later go on and lead the host of sorcerers that fought the Night Elf Resistance. For her part, the priestess Tyrande emerged as one of the greatest members of the Sisterhood of Elune. Through her unbreakable faith in the benevolent Elune, she saved countless innocents from the marauding Legion. In time, Tyrande will become the High Priestess of Elune, the revered leader of her sacred sisterhood. Yet despite the bravery with which the Resistance fought, more and more demons spilled into Azeroth through the Highborn portals. The Legion bolstered its numbers with a new breed of demon, birthed from Azeroth itself. The first of these abominations was Xavius. Yeah, sure, I'll check it, Zoan. Hang on. Sargeras had warped the defeated Highborn's body into a twisted demonic visage of jagged horns and cloven hooves. This new form became known as a satyr, and it would mark Xavius as an eternal servant of the Legion. At Sargeras' bidding, he set out to curse many of his fellow Highborn, transforming them into satyrs as well. As the Legion's numbers swelled and the war progressed, Malfurion realized the Night Elves could not prevail alone. He convinced Tyrande and Illidan to accompany him to a tranquil moonglade near Mount Hyjal, where they beseeched Cenarius for aid. Yeah, looks like no. Still. The great demigod agreed to rally the wild gods against the Legion, but they were unpredictable beings, unaccustomed to fighting as one. Spurring them to action would take time, a luxury the Night Elves did not have. While Cenarius gathered the wild gods, Malfurion called on the mighty dragon aspects to defend Azeroth. Led by Alexstrasza the Lifebinder, the dragons convened at their ancient meeting grounds of Wyrmrest to discuss how to hold back the Legion's invasion. It was during one of these gatherings that Naltharion, the Earth Warder, proposed a solution. He convinced his fellow aspects to sacrifice a portion of their power and infuse it into an artifact of his own design, the Dragon Soul. The weapon, he claimed, would focus their powers and scour the Legion from the face of Azeroth. Unbeknownst to the other aspects, Naltharion had fallen prey to the whispers of the old gods. Over the ages, the vile entity's influence had tainted the bedrock surrounding their underground prisons. Naltharion's innate ties to the earth made him uniquely susceptible to this evil. Darkness had gradually pervaded the aspect's once great heart. His descent into torment and madness led him to create the Dragon Soul, although later he would call it by another, more fitting name, the Demon Soul. Amid a furious battle between the Legion and the Night Elf Resistance, the 5 Dragonflights made their final assault against the Legion. Working in unison with his comrades, Naltharion unleashed the full might of the Dragon Soul and utterly decimated the Legion. Yet just as hope began to swell amongst the defenders, Naltharion turned the weapons against his own allies, Night Elf and Dragon alike. The tragedy of this moment can't be overstated. They had actually properly developed a device that could actually probably help win the war because of its sheer devastating power. Naltharian's attack was brutal and murdered nearly all of the Blue Dragonflight. Though the other dragons attempted to stop him, they were forced to flee. The Night Elves were also horrified and awestruck by the sudden betrayal. Eventually, they too retreated from the battlefield to escape Naltharian's wrath. As the Dragon Soul's energies flooded through him, his body began tearing apart. A raw power like the seething heart of a volcano engulfed his soul. Smoldering fissures wrenched open his scaly hide, and from these wounds, geysers of white-hot fire and magma burst forth. With a howl of rage, Naltharian finally withdrew from the engagement and disappeared into the skies. Though Naltharian's assault was short-lived, it literally changed the world forever. Single-handedly, he had shattered the unity and power of the great dragonflights. They would never be the same again. Malygos, leader of the Blue Dragonflight, would suffer far more than any other aspect. On seeing his followers die, he was driven mad with grief that would linger for thousands and thousands of years. Henceforth, Naltharian would be known as Deathwing. His treachery would curse his own Black Dragonflight to a life of fear and seclusion. In the coming ages, they would find themselves hunted to the brink of extinction by the other flights due to the Deathwing's unforgivable betrayal. Speaking of betrayal, Deathwing's betrayal struck a terrible blow to the Night Elves' morale, and worse, Illidan had mysteriously vanished from their ranks. Many Night Elves feared for his life, but none of them could imagine that the talented sorcerer had actually abandoned the resistance. Illidan's decision to strike on his own stemmed from his relationship with Malfurion. The sorcerer had always lived in his brother's shadow. Though Illidan had also studied under Cernarius, he lacked the patience to master Druidism, and instead had pursued arcane magic. Throughout the war, Illidan was driven by a fervent determination to rise above his brother and become a hero for his people, and yet time and time again, Malfurion's deeds eclipsed Illidan's own. This is no more apparent or more painful than in the sorcerer's foolish desire to win the heart of Tyrande Whisperwind. When Illidan finally summoned the courage to profess his love for her, she rejected him. Illidan took this as a sign that Tyrande intended to take Malfurion as her own. In the wake of this rejection, dark thoughts plagued Illidan. Unbeknownst to him, the satyr, Xavius, had been twisting his mind, fanning the flames of his despair. Illidan's mounting discontent led him to break from the resistance. He set out to join the Legion, hoping to gain power unimaginable to any Night Elf. Once he did so, he would finally transcend Malfurion and prove to the world he was capable of greatness. Against all odds, Illidan secured an audience with Sargeras himself. His plan, to steal the potent dragon soul, intrigued the fallen Titan. So pleased was Sargeras that he granted Illidan exceptional power. He scarred the Night Elf's body with fell tattoos and burned out his eyes, setting the hollows alight with otherworldly fire. Although excruciatingly powerful, this final act gave Illidan the ability to see all the myriad forms of magic. The newly empowered Illidan immediately set out to steal the dragon soul. During the course of this perilous quest, the wayward Night Elf would stumble across Deathwing and witness the aspect's ravaged and tormented form. To hold his body together, Deathwing had resorted to bolting adamantium plates to his spine. Yes, it is catatonic. Ultimately, Illidan secured the dragon soul and delivered the artifact to the waiting Highborn. They immediately used the weapon as the next phase of their plans. The dragon soul would prove vital to creating a massive gateway within the heart of the Well of Eternity, a gateway through which Sargeras himself could enter the world of Azeroth. In case you missed that, they needed the power of the Well of Eternity, all of their summoners, and the dragon soul itself to open a portal to let Sargeras come through. That's the kind of energy needed to summon a Titan. Yeah, exactly, Hylisk. Apparently, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and count that as a wrong. You're right, that is a valid point. Wrong. I am wrong. Bzzz. There we go. Illidan would later claim his actions for a noble cause, that he had joined the Legion to learn more about the demons and to find a means to destroy them, but his foolhardy quest for greatness would haunt him like a specter and tarnish his reputation forevermore. Side note. Malfurion had finally vanquished Xavius during one of the later engagements of the war. With the aid of a brave young Night Elf named Chandris Feathermoon, Malfurion trapped the Satyr Lord and warped his body and spirit into a gnarled oak tree. Zavis' legacy, however, would persist on Azeroth. To this day, satyrs still roam the world, polluting nature with their foul magics. Actually, I'm pretty sure, the one Joker, that's kind of the point. Imagine Azeroth. Now imagine Azeroth. I think that was actually what Sargeras was going for. That's just my take on it. Given what we now know about the size of Titans. I've always assumed Titans were like mountain-sized, not planet-sized. I suppose I should actually to chalk that up to another... I was wrong, actually, it occurs to me. Because I've always assumed that Titans were not the size of frickin'... that were not literally planets that were walking around. As the battles raged across central Kalimdor, one group of Ashara's servants grew increasingly concerned for their own future. The small sect of highborn sorcerers acted as an extension of the Queen's will, and from their headquarters in Suramar, they engaged in covert activities aimed at securing Ashara's rule and strengthening the Empire. One of the many duties that the highborn performed, they excelled at hunting down and acquiring artifacts of great power. Most of these relics were stored in the Vault of Antiquities, a vast repository located in Suramar. Among the greatest archaeological discoveries made by this group of highborn were the long-lost Pillars of Creation, an extraordinary set of relics the ancient keepers had used to shape and order Azeroth in ages past. Though Suramar's elite highborn had pledged their loyalty to Ashara, their views on the Queen began to shift as the war dragged on. Their leader, Grand Magistrix Elisand, feared the Legion did not have the highborn's best interest in mind. The monstrous demons had already destroyed much of the Night Elves' glorious empire and poisoned the surrounding land with fell magics. Elisand's distrust of the Legion only deepened when she discovered the demons were planning to transform Suramar into a new staging ground for the war. Legion agents had begun forming a gateway to the twisting nether within the city's most prominent structure, the Temple of Elune. Once open, this portal would allow for the Legion reinforcements to storm Azeroth and crush the Night Elf resistance on a second front. Yet Elisand thought that such a portal would likely destroy Suramar and everyone who dwelled within. Thus, the Grand Magistrix and her followers formed a plan to sabotage the Legion's efforts. They severed their ties with the other Highborn and moved to seal the demon's new portal. To do so, Elisand and her allies sought out the potent artifacts they had gathered over the years. In particular, they knew the Pillars of Creation possessed the raw power they would need to neutralize the Legion's portal. With these artifacts in hand, Elisand and her Highborn led an assault against the demons in Suramar. Just as the Legion's new portal roared to life, the sorcerers channeled their magic through the Pillars of Creation. They wove a great spell that closed the gateway and locked it with unbreakable seals. Though they had thwarted the attempts to create a new portal, the rebellious Highborn had no plans to join the resistance and continue fighting the Legion. Fearing calamity, Elisand and her followers worked to fortify their holdings in Suramar. They harnessed the Eye of Aman'Thul, one of the Pillars of Creation, to create an immense font of arcane magic, known as the Nightwell. This source of power would nourish the sorcerers and protect them from future threats. In the millennia to come, the font would change Elisand and her allies, transforming them into a new race called the Nightborn, who we will see in Legion, by the way. Despite a series of crushing defeats, hope yet lingered among the Night Elf resistance. A brave new leader, someone we'll actually be meeting when we go through Cataclysm, Gerard Shadowsong, had assumed the mantle of command. Unlike his predecessors, he was not of noble blood. A fierce combatant, a brilliant strategist, Gerard went to great lengths to strengthen the resistance. He stripped away the Night Elves' inherent xenophobia and invited many of the Azeroth's other races, the Earthen, the Tauren, the Furbog, into the Night Elf army. The Resistance also found allies amongst their highborn enemies. A group of their sorcerers, led by Dathramar Sunstrider, you should recognize that name too, had come to realize their allegiance to demons would bring ruin to Azeroth. These highborn abandoned Ashara and pledged their lives to the Resistance. Even the Wild Gods had finally emerged from the forest at Cenarius' constant goading, prepared to fight tooth and claw for the Resistance. The forests trembled as the gargantuan beings marched down the slopes of Hyjal. Each of these wild gods possessed power unlike anything the demons had yet faced. Some, such as Goldrin, dwarfed even the largest demons in size. With the wild gods came a host of other fey creatures, the woodland dryads, the many-headed chimeras, the elusive treants, which were mighty treefolk imbued with great strength and wisdom, all emerged to fight the demons. Under Shadowsong, the combined army launched a desperate assault against Zinashari itself. The resistance stormed the broken capital and clashed with the Legion's seemingly numberless ranks. The cost was horrific. Thousands upon thousands of demons fell, but so too did many of Azeroth's mighty defenders. The Legion's bloodletting warriors even overwhelmed a number of wild gods. One by one, these primordial creatures succumbed to the poisoned black blades and fell powers wielded by the demons, and with each death the forest atop Hyjal shivered, and the winds howled in sorrow. As the battle continued, Malfurion and Tyrande journeyed to the Well of Eternity's shores with a small elite force, which also includes the player character. They hoped to reclaim the Dragon Soul and prevent the Legion from using its powers. Malfurion and his allies were soon joined by Illidan, who claimed his previous allegiance to the Highborn and the Legion had merely been a ruse to learn of their ways. Although Malfurion remained deeply suspicious of his brother, a much greater threat consumed his attention. He discovered the Well of Eternity had become a colossal portal, a direct gateway for Sargeras to enter Azeroth. Malfurion then realized no standing army, no matter how vast, could withstand the terrible might of Sargeras. Victory, he determined, could only be achieved by destroying the Well of Eternity itself. Yeah, I noticed Broxigar isn't being mentioned here. Haha. I'm going to call that into a I'm right counter. While such an act was unthinkable, the Well of Eternity was the Legion's umbilical link to the physical world. Malfurion knew that destroying the Font of Power would spell the end of Night Elf civilization as he knew it, but it was the only chance of saving the world. After reclaiming the Dragon Soul, Malfurion and his companions infiltrated Ashara's palace. They discovered many of the Highborn were in the midst of weaving a spell to strengthen the portal within the Well of Eternity. In a desperate attempt to throw their magic out of alignment, he drew on the potent energies of the Dragon Soul and lashed out at his enemies. The Great Druid conjured a colossal thunderstorm that devoured the skies over the broken palace. The tempest battered Zin Ashari with ferocious winds and a barrage of lightning strikes, decimating the demons and Malfurion and Highborn within the city. Just as Malfurion had hoped, his efforts to disrupt the Highborn and their enormous gateway worked. As Sargeras prepared to emerge through the portal, the Highborn's spellwork unraveled at an unstable vortex of arcane energies, igniting within the Well of Eternity. The font buckled in upon itself. In that moment, Sargeras was ripped back into the twisting nether. Volatile energies whipped out from the collapsing Well of Eternity, hurling most of the Legion's ranks into the nether as well. As their furies roared across the nether, massive earthquakes began to rupture the crust of Azeroth. Malfurion and the Night Elf resistance had won, but they had no time to savor their victory. The world itself was coming apart under their feet. Unmasked, the Night Elves scrambled to put distance between themselves and the Well of Eternity. The font completed its collapse, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that blotted out the skies. The howling ocean surged in to fill the void left by the explosion, devouring the ruins of Zin Ashari. When the apocalyptic earthquakes finally ceased, the surviving Night Elves saw their world had been torn asunder. The Well of Eternity's destruction had shattered nearly 80% of Kalimdor's landmass, leaving only a handful of separate continents and archipelagos. A tumultuous storm of energies known as the Maelstrom had engulfed the well itself. Ever after, to this very day, the constantly spinning vortex would stand as a reminder of the terrible cost of this war. For the Night Elves and every other creature on Azeroth, the world had changed forever. Side note: Queen Ashara and many of her loyal Highborn survived the Sundering, but not without consequence. The imploding Well of Eternity sucked them into the fathomless depths of the Maelstrom. Some were cursed, irrevocably warped into new and hateful serpentine race called the Naga. One of the most powerful among these was the Queen's former handmaid, Lady Vosh. Hidden from the world, she and Ashara would quietly build the Naga capital of Najatar, and no mention is made of old gods there. How interesting. The Sundering decimated life across the face of Azeroth, but for one secluded region in southern Kalimdor miraculously escaped destruction: Pandaria. For centuries, a succession of peaceful emperors had ruled over the mysterious land. Prior to the Burning Legion's invasion, a new Pandaran ruler had taken the throne, brimming with confidence and hope about his future. His name was Xiaohao, and although he did not know it at this time, his reign would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Pandaran history. As was tradition among the new emperors, Xiao Hao consulted a mystic Jinyu water speaker to glean knowledge of what the future held. The news he heard was dire. The Jinyu foresaw a horrific invasion of ravenous demons, kingdoms engulfed in sickly green fire, and the land itself howling in pain and torment. Plagued with uncertainty, Xiao Hao went to see the legendary August Celestials and his great friend, the Monkey King, in order to get a sense of the terrible vision. With their help, the emperor dispelled and expelled the dark emotions that troubled his heart: doubt, despair, fear, anger, hatred, violence. As he did so, these negative traits took on physical form: the spiritual entities known as the Sha. One by one, Xiao Hao used his wisdoms to battle these Sha and lock them deep away beneath Pandaria. There they would remain, festering beneath the earth. To stand over and watch these imprisoned Sha, Xiao Hao also formed the Shadow Pawn, an elite order of highly trained Pandaran soldiers. Brimming with newfound confidence and purpose, Xiao Hao set out to spare Pandaria from the sundering that was to come. He planned to do so by separating his land from the rest of Kalimdor. The Emperor would perform his grand task in the heart of Pandaria, the sacred Vale of Eternal Blossoms. In the Vale, Xiao Hao focused his powers to sever his empire from Kalimdor, yet try as he might, he could not succeed. His doubts and fears returned. Across Pandaria, the imprisoned Sha stirred to life, feasting on the Emperor's uncertainties. As the legion's fell magic lit the heavens alight, Xiao Hao desperately called upon the aid of the wisest August Celestial, the Jade Serpent. She appeared in the roiling skies and told Xiao Hao Pandaria was more than just his empire. Everything in Pandaria was connected. Everything in Pandaria was one. It was then that Xiao Hao understood the Jade Serpent's advice. To save the land, he would need to become one with it. Despite his dream of a long and prosperous life, he knew it was not to be. With his mind clear and his heart set on the task ahead, Xiao Hao merged his spirit with the land itself, forcing it to break away on the mists from the rest of Kalimdor. His very essence shrouded it in this thick mist that would keep it hidden from the outside world and protect it from the terrible sundering, and it would remain hidden and fade into legend for the next 10,000 years. But there was one negative emotion Xiao Hao never actually purged himself of: pride. It would silently lurk in Pandaria in the millennia after the Emperor spared his people and his land from suffering. Chapter 4, A New World, is what I will read after I go get some lunch, because I'm kind of hungry. I'll be back, guys.